You're welcome. We're delighted to have you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nanake Abasi-Ofion. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayo Okun. And thank you very much, Dr. Ayare Kanem, for leading the pack of staff who've come here. I'd like to welcome all of our students who've come this morning, our technical staff. Thank you so very much. We just want to appeal to students. Today is your day. Today is your day, so you don't need to sit behind. Just follow our ushers and our staff, protocol officers, and advance forward. Today is actually designed, meant for you as our VIPs. So you don't need to stay behind. You don't need to climb to the gallery. There's no need going to the gallery. Please come down. There are seats for you. You are our special guest for today. Students, that's what we are here for. Please kindly advance to the front and take your seats. Thank you very much. Our students seated there at that row, please, you just need to come forward. You are our VIPs. We are here because you are here. If you were not here, we wouldn't be here. So thank you very much. You don't need to take your seats there. Just come, just come. You are a very special guest today. If you were not here, trust me, this event will not hold. That's why we are still here waiting for you to come. Thank you very much for cooperating with us. In the next few minutes, we'll get this event started. We'll set the ball rolling just to tidy up one or two things, and we'll start for today. So it's going to be a wonderful Friday. As we normally say, thank God it's Friday. So, and it's going to be a very productive one, even though it's raining. The rain is part of green chemistry to help us preserve our resources and make good use of our resources that nature, by providence, has given to us. You're welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's the Green Chemistry Workshop, and since yesterday, we've had a beautiful, beautiful time staying here, and today will not be less. Rather, it will even be a more productive day. On behalf of the organizing committee for this event, it is my privilege and honor one more time to welcome all of us to the Green Chemistry Workshop. Please, can we celebrate and appreciate God who has kept us alive? Before we get this event started, permit me to respectfully, one more time, a very senior elder in the Methodist Church Nigeria, Diocese of Ikot-Ekpene. We are blessed to have him as a very senior staff too here in this citadel of learning. Permit me to respectfully invite Dr. Ayare Kanem to please one more time accept to come and lead us in the opening prayers. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Can we please stand for prayers? Almighty God, Almighty God, our generation shall praise your name. 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 In the mighty name of Jesus, God Almighty, we thank you for bringing us here today to come and brainstorm on the betterment of our society. We thank you because we saw what you did yesterday, and we know that today is going to be better. We thank you for the safe journey that you brought for all of us to be here. And we believe that throughout today we'll see success. And when we are going back, you take us safely back to our different destinations. Thank you, Father, for we know that you do more than what we have asked you. All this we pray in the mighty name of Jesus.
Good morning. Before we take our seats, please, I'd just like us to walk around and just offer some warm handshakes to at least 3-4 persons. Tell them, good morning, you look good. I hope the weather has not dealt with you more than necessary. DJ, you could have given us something at the background as we are just greeting each other. Dr. Kwao, good morning. Dr. Kwao, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to meet all of us again. Let me respectfully introduce to us a wonderful man I've met, and quickly he has adopted me as one of his sons and mentees. The head of Department Chemical Sciences. Help me make welcome. Very energetic, very resourceful, Mr. Okun, comrade. Please can we celebrate? Let me also make welcome the head of unit, chemistry in the Department of Chemical Sciences, Dr. I.R. Ekanem. Sir, I celebrate you. A beautiful mother that I've also come to meet more recently, very delectable. Help me make welcome the head of unit biochemistry, Dr. Eno Esudo. I'm glad to meet you. And also Dr. I. Udo, also very senior lecturer. Let's celebrate him. Thank you. One of our resource persons from the Top Faith University, Dean, Faculty of Computing and Applied Sciences, Dr. Nanake Abasi Offiong. And also, one of our very proud alumnus who started from one of the classrooms in this citadel of learning, and God has taken her global, Dr. Rachel Ekong from South Africa. At the appropriate time, we'll get to hear from all of them. And Mr. Japheth is here. Let's celebrate him. Also an alumnus of this school, Mrs. Esther, over there, and other lecturers, Mr. Obusi, Ekemini Obusi, is here. And the workshop coordinator, let's celebrate Mrs. Mayene Raphael. Thank you so much. Every time I look at Mrs. Mayene Raphael, I remember Mrs. Martha Udum Emmanuel. They have very striking resemblance. Am I telling the truth? Please, can we celebrate her? Thank you very much. The head of department, lecturers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, students, we celebrate you for making it today. All of our registrars, our kitchen people, our technical staff, we celebrate all what you're doing. Please, can we appreciate all of them? Thank you. So, this event began yesterday, very productive one. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of this flagship workshop on green chemistry and sustainability. To our students who are joining us today, you are most welcome. Today's program has been specially designed with you in mind because you are the future scientists, innovators, educators, entrepreneurs, and sustainability leaders that our society needs. I thought our students would clap. Thank you very much. And so yesterday's sessions focused on how Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic can contribute to building a more sustainable future through green chemistry education and practice. Participants explored the significance of the Polytechnic becoming a signatory to the Beyond Benign GCC, thereby joining a growing global network of institutions committed to transforming chemistry education through sustainability. You saw yesterday that at Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic is one of the few tertiary institutions, just 30 out of several hundreds of universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education that have signed up for the green chemistry education. Please, can we clap for Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic? The discussions centered on safer laboratory practices, curriculum innovation, systems thinking, sustainable procurement, responsible resource management, waste reduction and recycling, digital transformation, renewable energy solutions, and strategies for embedding sustainability into institutional culture. A recurring message throughout the day was that sustainability is everyone's responsibility and that today's students must be equipped with the knowledge, skills, and mindset needed to address real-world environmental and societal challenges. That is a recap of yesterday, and that is why today's program is specifically designed for the students. Today, however, the spotlight shifts to you, our beloved students. You will be exposed to opportunities for innovation, leadership, mentorship, entrepreneurship, and sustainability-driven problem solving. I am happy to announce that one of the resource persons for today is an alumnus of this great institution in the person of Dr. Rachel Ekong. Can we make the applause louder than that? Today, you will discover how simple ideas can be transformed into practical solutions capable of addressing challenges with our communities and beyond. One of the major highlights of today's program is the introduction and the launching of the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub, SSAH, a platform designed to empower students to develop innovative projects, collaborate with mentors, and drive positive environmental change on campus and in society. I would also like to use this opportunity to commend many of our students who have already enrolled and completed some of our free GC and sustainability courses available through our partners and networks. I am equally aware that some students may still be finding it difficult to get started. That is perfectly okay. It is part of the learning journey. In fact, I am equally learning to join as well. I have joined the GCTLC platform, and I am a member, gaining access to the resources. Now that these courses are available free of charge, I encourage every one of us, not only students, but also members of staff, to take advantage of this opportunity. Register, learn, and earn the certificate. The knowledge and skills you gain today may prove invaluable in your future academic, professional, and career pursuits. Personally, I have enrolled in some of these courses and look forward to earning the certificate as well. Can you clap for me? Thank you so much. I am very confident that you will never regret in your personal and professional development. Throughout today's program, there will be inspiring presentations, mentorship sessions, interactive discussions, and opportunities to learn how sustainability can create pathways for personal growth, employability, research, innovation, and community impact. Therefore, I encourage you to participate actively, ask questions boldly, share your ideas confidently, and make the most of every session. Who knows? the next great sustainability innovation may come from one of you seated here today. And once again, it is my honor and privilege to welcome all of us to Day 2. Let us learn, innovate, collaborate, and work together towards building a greener, safer, and more sustainable future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And without wasting any time, I'd like to invite respectfully to coordinate this session two gentlemen. If one of them has arrived, but if not, I have seen one of them, for the official launch of the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub, the vision and mission statement, opportunities for students, and presentation of team members. Help me make welcome one of our staff. Before then, permit me to recognize Mr. Oruk, a very senior lecturer in the Department of Chemical Sciences. You're welcome, sir. So let me most respectfully invite Mr. Ekemini Obosi to please come for this item. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to officially kickstart the launch of the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub. And I want to greet our distinguished guests, the acting rector, his management team, staff, resource persons, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks a significant milestone in the sustainability journey of students at Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, recognizing the critical role that young people play in driving sustainable development and environmental stewardship. The Green Chemistry Commitment Network conceived the idea of establishing the Students Sustainability Accelerator Hub, SSAH, as a platform to inspire, equip, and empower students to become innovators, problem solvers, and sustainability champions. The SSAH is envisioned as a student-centered initiative that would foster leadership, creativity, collaboration, and practical action towards addressing environmental and societal challenges through sustainable solutions. Through this platform, students will have access to mentorship, capacity building, opportunities, innovation challenges, networking, and community engagement activities that will prepare them for future academic, professional, and leadership roles. Now, like every other association or body, Students Sustainability Accelerator Hub do have visions and mission statements. I'm going to read them out now. The Students Sustainability Accelerator Hub vision statement is to become a leading student-driven platform that inspires, equips, and empowers future sustainability leaders to develop innovative solutions for a greener, healthier, and more sustainable world. Students Sustainability Accelerator Hub mission statement, it states here that to cultivate a vibrant community of students committed to sustainability through innovation, mentorship, capacity building, community engagement, research, entrepreneurship, and collaborative action that addresses real-world environmental and societal challenges. Now, the core objectives of this association. The Students Sustainability Accelerator Hub seeks to 1. Promote sustainability awareness among students and encourage innovation and creative problem solving. 2. Develop student leadership in sustainability and support student-led green projects and initiatives. 3. Foster interdisciplinary collaboration and connect students with mentors and professionals. 4. Provide access to training, scholarships, grants, and sustainability opportunities. 5, encourage community-based solutions to local challenges. 6, advance green chemistry and sustainable development practices. 7, to contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Now, as a member of this group, there are certain opportunities that could avail itself. As a member of SSAH, the opportunities are: 1, capacity building and leadership development workshops, like the one we just had. Number 2, green chemistry training programs and sustainability certification courses. We had that also on the website for students that registered for the competition. There were certain green chemistry free courses there. Number 3, research, innovation, and development of student-led projects. Research, collaboration, and conference presentation opportunities. Mentorship, career guidance, and professional networking. Excursions and interaction with industry experts. Information on scholarships, fellowships, and starter grants. Participation in community engagement, climate action initiatives, local and international competitions. Environmental outreach activities like World Earth Day and waste reduction campaigns. Now, for members, we have expectations from you. The expectations from members of the SSAH is: 1, for you to demonstrate commitment to sustainability values. Number 2, to participate actively in hub activities. Number 3, to promote environmental responsibility on campus and beyond. Number 4, to develop innovative solutions to local challenges. 5, serve as ambassador within and outside the Polytechnic. So these are the mission statements, the vision of this organization. Of course, the core objectives, opportunity available, and the expectation from every student that belongs to this organization, the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub. Once again, welcome. Thank you for being part of this.
We can make the applause better than that, please, for Mr. Kemini Obusi. The head of the department, distinguished lecturers, students, at this point, having listened to the vision, mission, objectives, opportunities, and aspirations of the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub, I believe we can all agree that this initiative represents an important step towards empowering students to become sustainability leaders and change makers. Therefore, I would like to humbly invite our dear students, the future leaders, innovators, scientists, entrepreneurs, and sustainability champions of Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic to please rise to their feet and join us in celebrating this remarkable initiative. Please may the students rise on their feet and clap for this remarkable initiative. Thank you so much. While you remain standing, with all due respect, let me introduce to us the winners of the first Accelerator Challenge that we called for, and 2 of the students have emerged winners. I'd like them to first come here. Joshua Clement Udo, please can we celebrate him? From Chemical Sciences Department. Let's make the applause louder than that. Thank you so much. We also have the second winner from the Chemical Sciences Department as well, Sunday Veronica Peter. What an honor. What a privilege. Thank you so much. Thank you. They are going to serve as role models to all of us. You are part of the team, but because they are our first winners, they will be leading from the front. So at this point, may I respectfully invite the team that is making this happen on stage for presentation, so you know who to go to and ask questions on how to become a part of this up. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in celebrating this wonderful team. Let me invite Mrs. Mayene Raphael to please come, Mr. Obosi, Miss Esther, Mrs. Idonese. I am here at Kanimo Asikwa, here in school. So Mr. Confidence is currently invigilating exams. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished lecturers, please join me in celebrating this wonderful team who, through their efforts and sacrifices, have birthed the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub at Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic. Congratulations to all of us. Let me invite the HOD to be accompanied by the heads of units and also Dr. Nanake Abasiofiong to please join them, the guest resource persons and other lecturers to please join the head of department to officially inaugurate this team. Please, sir, kindly accept to come, accompanied by the lecturers who are here to inaugurate this team, please. Sorry, I'm not punishing you. Just wait for 2 more minutes standing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Students should see that there is power in unity. That is why we have the head of department and the great team. At this point, the responsibility here is that we have to make this declaration. In recognition of our commitment to sustainability, innovation, and students' empowerment, I hereby declare the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub, SAA, officially launched. Thank you.
Please, sir, you will give a warm handshake, accompanied by other lecturers, to members of the team. This is very historic, very significant, never to be forgotten, a moment aged in the records, aged in history. And this team will give birth to several other students. It's just a feeling of nostalgia, you know. Thank you so very much. Yes, sir. Please, can we celebrate our head of department and other lecturers as they return to their seats? It's a day we've been waiting for. Thank you very much as you return, members of the team. Do you have anything? Later. Okay. Thank you. Let's celebrate our winners as well. Joshua Clement, Sunday Veronica. They'll be leading from there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one more time, this is the Green Chemistry Workshop. Started yesterday, will be wrapped up today, and we are very grateful to all of our sponsors, and they are the Beyond Benign, Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, Akwa Ibom State Government, under the Arise Agenda, the Chemical Society of Nigeria, American Chemical Society, the ACS, the Blackies Arrays, and the International Agency and environmental sustainability research. We are very grateful for your enormous support, our technical staff, and everyone who has found time to be a part of this event. Department of Chemical Sciences, we are very grateful for the resources you have offered and for the groundbreaking support. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, permit me to introduce our first speaker for today for the mentorship and interactive session. Since yesterday, we have been introducing her in part, but today let me make an attempt to make an little elaborate introduction of this very highly esteemed resource person. May I respectfully request that Dr. Rachel Ekong will rise. Let's clap for her. She rises. Thank you. Thank you. Bishop David Oyedepo said, whatever you celebrate and admire, you will attract. Please, can we celebrate and admire? Rachel Ekong is a natural products chemist, sustainability advocate, and a proud alumnus of Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, where she earned both our national diploma and higher national diploma in science laboratory technology. Our academic journey continued through a postgraduate diploma, master's degree, and ultimately a PhD in organic and natural products chemistry from Rivers State University, Nigeria. As part of her doctoral training, she conducted research at Walter Sisulu University, South Africa, where she isolated and characterized bioactive compounds from medicinal plants. Today, she has returned to the same institution as a National Research Foundation postdoctoral research fellow, conducting research on natural product-based therapeutics and sustainable approaches to drug discovery. Our research has led to the discovery of novel bioactive compounds and the filing of a South African patent application on flavonoid compounds and nanoparticle compositions with potential therapeutic applications. She has also received several national and international recognitions, including the International Younger Chemist Network Enhancement Grant and the Royal Society of Chemistry Researcher Development and Travel Grant. In 2025, she represented Rivers State University at the 50th IOPAC World Chemistry Congress in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, showcasing Nigerian research on a global platform and contributing to the international visibility of our institution. Beyond the laboratory, Dr. Ekong is passionate about mentoring young scientists, promoting green chemistry, and empowering students to pursue careers that combine scientific excellence with sustainable impact. Our journey from the classrooms of Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic to International Research Laboratory serves as a testament to the power of perseverance, continuous learning, and global collaboration. Today, she will lead the mentorship and interactive session on the topic Sustainability Leadership, Career Development, and Green Innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, with broad smiles and pride in my heart, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Rachel Ekong. Please, can we give her a big applause? How glad am I to welcome you. Welcome, Doctor. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my lecturers, because I know some of my lecturers are here. Typical example, Dr. I.R. Ekande. He was actually my HND supervisor, so he's here. Dr. Aruk, all the lecturers that are here were actually my lecture. They actually taught me, so I'm so excited to see them here. Okay, I'll just move directly to the business of today. But I would like to reintroduce myself in such a way that we'll be able to relate. Today is actually for the students, but seeing my lecturers here, it's fine. At least they'll be able to see their products. So today, we are going to be having the mentorship and the interactive section. I'm not here to lecture you. We are not going to have lectures. We are not writing exams at the end. We are not doing anything. It's just going to be an interactive section. So what I mean by that is that we are going to interact, like we are going to relate. So now I'll quickly get to my slides. I'll be taking this section on sustainability leadership, career development, and green innovation. When I got this topic, oh, I forgot. I need to thank your coordinator. I need to thank her because I think the very first time I knew her, I got a notification from LinkedIn. I was like, who is this? When I now search, I now discover it's from somewhere from this school. I was like, how did she know me? I just web varied. But when I had an opportunity to attend SCS workshop, was it a workshop? Yeah, it was something like that. That was, yeah, chemistry festival that was organized by one of us, yeah, one of the team members, Mr. Kwao. That was the time I met her. And she told me about this workshop, about this program. But then I told her, I'm not really sure I'll be around because of my schedule. But anyway, I don't know, maybe your chi worked for you. I'm here. So when she now reached out to me again to confirm if I was still in the country, I told her, yes, I'm still around. I'll be coming in from Port Harcourt. So thank you so much. And today, when I'll be taking you people in some of the things here, you understand the power of networking. So now, let me just get to this. I actually did my national diploma here. I finished in 2011. Then I finished my HND in 2014. I defended 2015. So you can look at it, it's just a space of 10 years, and there is so much difference. So from there, I now moved to Rivers State University. So after Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, the next place that knows me and knows me very, very well is Rivers State University, because I've spent a lot of years with them. That's why I did my PGD. I went through that route. You know, why am I trying to emphasize this? Is because some people feel that if you're coming from the Polytechnic, you will not have opportunity. But I'm here to tell you that it's a lie. It depends on how you navigate your way. I have friends, yeah, I have friends, even my next neighbor. I was living here, behind this market. That's where I was living. So I have friends. I have a particular friend that was just my neighbor. When she called me, that was 2024, when she called me, hi, babe, how far? How are we going to do this now? I was like, what is it? She was like, can you choose which of the scholarships should I take? I was like, wow, that's serious. And just like that, and I can remember vividly one of the words that she used with me. She was like, Rachel, look at me, from the low hills of Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic to winning international scholarship, up to the point that we are now trying to make selection, which one should I go for? And that's how I thought, okay, I'll prefer you go for Erasmus. And right now, she was able to do a split side program in Netherlands and also in Italy. So it doesn't matter, it all depends on you, what you want. That's just the summary of the whole thing. So I'm moving to my MSc. I did my MSc. From my MSc to my PhD, though I did not give any gap, it was just a joint process. But within that, at least I've spent about 10 years after, so it's still fine. From there, during my PhD, I did my research training in South Africa. When we get to that stage, I'll tell you how I navigated my way. Why am I going to do this? Because I was once like you, like one of these classrooms, I sat there. So I believe very well that my story is going to resonate well with you. You'll be able to understand and also know how to navigate some things. So by the time we get to that stage, I'll be able to explain some things, up to the point that I now won one of the, I don't know, a national fellowship to do my postdoc in South Africa. So when we get to that stage, we'll now talk. Just like what I said before now, that we are going to have an interactive section. Apart from my lecturers, my HOD, my colleagues, my seniors, they're all my seniors, Dr. Nanake Akwawo, they're all my boss. So apart from them, the rest of the students, as in me, you, we are going to have an interactive section. So firstly, already the topic is there, that we are going to talk about sustainability leadership. You know, just like what we have here, some of you will be like, what is this sustainability? They're talking about green chemistry, sustainability, what is it all about? So now I would also like to hear from you people, your opinion. Once you hear that word, sustainability, what exactly comes to your mind? I know those of you that were here yesterday, Prof did some justice to that, but I know majority of you were not here. So I want us to come from that angle. Once you hear the word sustainability, what exactly comes to your mind? Like, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? That's what I want to hear. So please, I will need to have another microphone because it's an interactive section. Okay, so over to the students. Just tell me anything. Once you hear that word sustainability, it's an interactive section. That was why I took my time to introduce myself so that you feel free to relate with me. You understand? If it is your lecturer that is here, you may be scared, oh, he's a senior person, he's a prof, he's a doc. But now this is me. This is you. So we can talk, we can relate. That's what I tell my students. We relate well. It's now me and you. So now the floor is open. Let me just have like one or two persons telling me exactly what you think once you hear that word, sustainability. So can we? Yeah, I have someone there.
I would like to define sustainability in my own way as meeting our needs.
Fine. Any other person? Okay, I think I'll go with her. Now, yesterday, the resource person that was here, I'm talking about Professor Twain, she's not here. She actually said a lot of things about sustainability. Though the whole thing was just about environment. And people that are not in environmental chemistry, environmental sciences might feel like we don't have business with this sustainability. But I'm going to explain that sustainability actually cuts across everything. So just like what she said about sustainability, meeting our needs. Now, if you want to go far, you can now say that it simply means, how do how do we meet our own needs today? We are the present generation. How do we meet our own needs without compromising the ability for the next generation to meet theirs? How do I do things? And the way I'm doing it, for example, okay, let me just take a live example. I had an opportunity to stay with my host for a holiday. I went to her house. And in that house, I was the youngest person in that house. So as a typical Nigerian girl, typical Akwa Ibom girl, I know very well that as the youngest person in the house, I don't need somebody to tell me to wash plates. It's my job. So once we are done at the dining, the first day, I packed all the dishes, did the washing. I did not know that Prof was observing me the way I was opening tap, running water. The second day, when I wanted to do it, as I got to the kitchen, she came. She told me, Rachel, what do you want to do? I told her, Prof, I want to wash the dishes. She said, no, leave my kitchen. I was like, Ma, why? She now told me, I saw the way you wasted water yesterday. Oh, is that how you bathe in my house? You don't waste water. I told her, water? She said, yes. If you should waste water, the next generation will not have water. I was like, Aibo. So I was like, what? But actually, along the line, I got to understand with her, and that is it. She now told me, okay, I now pleaded with her, I cannot be here and you're washing plates. And she now told me, wait and see the way I'm going to wash. And I was amazed that she washed plate differently from the way I did, and it was clean. What did she end up doing? She ended up conserving water. She did not waste water. So that is what we mean by sustainability. How do I meet today's need? In the environment that we are busy shouting climate change, this, that, everything is happening. So you as a person, when we talk about sustainability, how do I meet my need? Like, how do I solve my problem now without me compromising the ability for the generation to come? The next 10 years, the next 20 years, the people that will come that time, how will they be able to access it? So that's just what we mean by sustainability. Now we look at leadership. Remember, we are talking about sustainability leadership. We now look at leadership. If I should ask you now, what is leadership? Some of you will tell me SUG president. No, that's leadership. My pastor, bishop, that is leadership. But it's not about title. It's not all about position. Anybody can be a leader. And what makes you a leader? The ability for you to identify a problem and look for a way to solve it. That makes you a leader. Okay, now to the school environment. Let's move to the school environment. You know, normally in the classroom, we have, I did not study physiology, I did psychology, I did not. But at least I do hear them talk about different types of brain, you understand? So just like those of us that we are all Christians, we know that all of us, we are not the same, our abilities are not the same. So in the classroom now, we have some students that are exceptionally bright. We have some that are not so bright, and we have some that are not even bright at all. That does not mean that they are not smart. You understand? So now, those students that are bright, how do you now encourage other people? How do you now bring in your colleagues, your mates? That's why when we talk about sustainability leadership, that is what should come to your mind. So just like what we have in our slide, okay, just like what we have in our slide, sustainability leadership is the ability to influence positive change in ways that benefit people, protect the environment, and create long-term value. Okay? The ability to inspire and influence positive change while balancing environmental sustainability, social responsibility, economic viability. So I'm going to take, Ma, please, do I have how many, my time, so that I will know, because I need to know if I should move down to the main deal. People should give me time. I'm with my people, though. Only 20. Hey. Okay. You see, I don't have much time because I would have asked you people to tell me some of the environmental challenges that you see around us. Then I would have also explained when we talk about social responsibility. But let me just explain something about economic viability. You know, a solution is only sustainable if it can strive economically. What do I mean by that? For example now, one of the challenges that we have, you should step outside here, you see plastics littered everywhere. As a student, you might now decide, okay, one of the things that I intend to do is for me to see how to gather all these plastics. But as a sustainable leader, after gathering all those plastics and all those dirt, what do you do in order to make money? You might now decide to recycle them. You might now decide to sell them to a recycling company. At the end, you are solving an environmental pollution while you are making an end. So that is just the whole thing. So for you to, next slide. So for you to Be a sustainability leader. There's some characteristics, some qualities that you need to have. For example, I've listed some of them there. Think long term. You're in school, you're thinking long term because the school that you are today is going to be one of the pathways that will take you to where you need to go. Then solve problems. I've mentioned that, the ability for you to think. You think and you are able to solve problems. Then I've mentioned influences others positively. Your classmates, the person around you, how you can influence them positively makes you a leader. I've talked about taking initiative, take a step. You might see something, for example, you walk past and you see something that it ought not to be there. Okay, let me use a typical example in our classrooms. Maybe you came to school early in the morning. When you got to the class, you now discover that you people left your electricity, that's your bulb. You left your electricity on, you left the fan on, and left as in the previous day. You now come in and like, who did this? Who was the person that did this? I left this thing. No. As a sustainable leader, the very first thing that should come to your mind should be like, okay, since they are doing this, we have ended up wasting electricity. The next day, on your own, you now stay put. By the time everybody leaves the class, you switch those things off. That means you have taken an initiative as a leader. So, embraces innovation. Very, very important. We'll get to what is innovation. But as a sustainable leader, you must be sure that you have to embrace innovation. Okay, at this particular point, we'll take okay, before Dr. Nanake, please just go back. Let me just take a typical example because the way I want us to relate, I want to take some examples. Embrace innovations, solve problems. For example now, we know what is happening. What is happening right now in the whole world when we talk about chronic inflammatory disease. That's a non-communicable disease that is being caused by chronic inflammation. You now see, when I was younger than this, before you hear the word cancer, you think that it's from a very rich man is the one having it. It was something that was very far. But now we see what is happening in our generation. Cancer is very close. People are getting cancer. Diabetes is just like malaria now in Nigeria. So, as a sustainable leader, you now sit down and think. Those of us that were here yesterday, we had when Prof was talking about system thinking. You now sit down and think, this is a problem that you have identified. That's why when you are writing proposal on the race, you need to identify a gap that you have to fill. You now sit down and you think, this is a problem I have identified. Now, how do I solve this problem? It's not as if there are no cures. We know very well chemotherapy, all those cures are there. But you now sit down on your own, you now look at it. Okay, some of these cures, some of these solutions have side effects. So now, how do I come in? I'm relating that to my own project because that was what prompted me to go into natural product chemistry. And now look at it, I stayed with my grandparents. I saw the way they work with plants. I saw the way they manipulate plants. Somebody would be sick, they will use plants to do one or two things. That was just the thing that gave me the idea. Okay, now how do I solve a particular problem that the society is having? And that is what led me to natural products. Working with African, I use the word African anywhere I go because I am a typical African woman. So, and Africa is truly blessed with plants, medicinal plants. So, I now sat down, thought of it, and that is how I ventured into that. At the end, I was able to isolate compounds, bioactive compounds, and those compounds have very good anti-cancer potentials. And I've been able to patent them. In the next movement now, I'm going to see how to bring in more biological testing to it so that we can move it to the next level. What did I do? I think, how do I solve a problem? So now we move to the next slide. For you to be able to do all this, you need the next slide, which is career development. Remember, at the beginning, I narrated how I moved from one stage to another stage. That is where we are now, career development. Okay. These are the various You know, if you have, let me not see if you have an opportunity because I'm here, I'm accessible. You know, some people when they see me, they'll feel like she's not, no, I'm here, you can access me. So I will not use the word if you are opportune. Now, if I want to ask you, the students, if you should see me now, if you come to me now, which question will you likely ask me? If I want to sample it at the scale of 10, about 8 of you will ask me, how did you get there? And I will answer you, it wasn't a magic, it was a pathway. I think your biochemistry, HOD is here, it was a pathway. I did not fly, I followed a pathway. So now, I'm going to talk about some of the skills that you need. So we talk about building technical skills. Outside your classroom, which other skill do you have? You use your phone, you buy data, you TikTok. Now, that same data that you use in doing TikToking, you can use it to do other things to build your technical skill. And I keep on telling people, learning does not stop. Even after my program, I just graduated a few months ago, about 6 months ago. Even after my program, I'm still learning. There's some things I did not know, but I now discover that those things are that are applicable in my field. So on my own, I have to start learning. You know, for example now, I like using myself as an example. While I was in the lab, I was exposed to different chromatography technique. Column chromatography, we call it the traditional, then the thin layer chromatography, then HPLC, that was what I used. But thereafter, I got the exposure that there are other higher techniques that I can still use and I'll still arrive at the same method, at the same answer. That's when we talk about LCMS, we talk about metabolomics. These are skills that I was not taught when I was in school, but now I know that I need it, so I have to build competence. Then we talk about developing communication skill. It's very, very important. In science, communicating science clearly is as important as the science. That's just the thing. The ability for you to be able to communicate what you have done. Just like later today, we have our winners. They are going to come up here to do 1 or 2 things. So the ability for, you might have an idea, a very brilliant student might have an idea. You can even do a very wonderful research, but you don't know how to communicate it because without communication, you will not be able to pass the information. For example, we talk about writing of emails. Do you know that personally, I was thinking that emails is just, hello sir, this. That was what I was thinking, not until I had a scholarship that I was to go to Italy for green chemistry summer school. And that was how I got to know my boss, Mr. Kwawo. When I now discovered that the only means of communication, I don't have these people's phone number. I'm not going to make a call, I'm not going to do anything. It's going to be via emails. That was when he now took his time to show me how to write an email and get a response. Actually, initially I was thinking that it's nothing. But I now discovered it's a very vital communication skill. Because even with my host, my supervisor right now, apart from, hello ma, how are you? That's the only thing she will answer you on WhatsApp. But if you want to ask her anything important, she'll tell you, come on girl, go to your mail. So writing an email is extremely important. It's a skill, a very good communication skill that everyone should have. Then how to do your presentation, public speaking. Thank God all of us, we are here in Uyo because I think I've been out of Uyo for years, but at least I've been following Uyo people online. And I discovered that there are different seminars, different workshops in short schools, teaching people public speaking. Yes, it's good. You need to know how to speak. Yes, because by the time you go for conferences, you need to do presentation. You have to present. Personally, for me to even stand here is a skill that I've developed for some time because when I started my journey, I only do poster presentation. I only paste my poster, stand there. Anybody that comes, and I know that I'm just interacting with 1 or 2 persons. But for me to climb the stage like this and mount my slide, I was like, hey! But now all those things are not there. Anywhere I go, I can do my oral presentation very well. I can speak to anyone I want to speak to. And that is because I've ended up developing my communication skills. We now talk about networking. That's for you to network intentionally. I use that word intentionally because it's not just about networking. When you meet, there are people that you meet and open doors for you. How did I get my training, my PhD training in South Africa? I attended a conference, a CSN conference. We'll soon get to that. I attended a CSN conference, and one of the resource person that came there is now my supervisor. She now came, she met me at my poster stand because I presented something that is related to her field. We had a conversation. That was networking. We had a conversation, and it was from that conversation I got her email, we started talking, and that is it. What started like a conversation at CSN conference now led to something very, very good. That's why I always encourage students to try and attend conferences, workshops. For example, now you'll not compare yourself that is here. You understand? You'll not compare yourself that is here to your colleagues that are not here. Then another thing about conference, like your lecturers that are seated here, maybe during classes, you might feel that, oh, this lecturer is not accessible. But do you know what? One of the things I learned was that by the time we leave the four walls of Rivers State University, we're in Lagos, we're in Abuja. As at that time, I mean, both students and lecturers were in Lagos, we're in Abuja. At that particular, as in far away from the four corners of the school, we relate. You can talk to the person that you think that was difficult for you to access. You can easily access that person. That is the benefit of attending workshop conferences. Thank God you have one today. Your lecturers are here. The resource persons are here. Anything you don't understand, you approach the person, you network, you get to know how to connect with the person, and that is it. Then you also have to embrace continuous learning and be open to opportunities. You have to be open to opportunities because there are a whole lot of opportunities out there. So you need to be open to opportunities. We'll get to some of those opportunities. Okay, let me just, because of the next slide, I will just take one. For example now, those of you that were here yesterday, you saw this girl, the girl that is here. She's actually my baby. Dr. Kwawo's baby, Dr. Nanake's baby. She just won, a very highly esteemed scholarship to do her master's at Thailand. She was here yesterday. So what am I trying to say? There are opportunities that you have to be open. Be open to learn, be open to apply. We'll get to that point where I'm going to tell you the secret. Though, maybe in the future, if people have something that has to do with grant writing, all those things, you can bring us in so that we'll show you people the way how to do this business. Okay, now you might think that, okay, there are some challenges. Now, how do you turn these challenges into opportunities? Limited funding. I want to do a research. There is no fund. There are ways for you to do it. Lack of funding shouldn't stop you from doing your research. There are opportunities out there. You can now apply for your research grants, or you want to attend a conference. For example, there is a conference that is coming up. Chemical Society of Nigeria conference is coming up this September at Abuja. You know, when I was a student, I felt that conferences is only meant for lecturers, professors, directors. But no, as a student, you can attend. Nobody's going to send you. Well, what you need to do is to register. Maybe you don't have an abstract to do your presentation. You can always register. You go there, sit there. It's exposure. You don't know who you meet. You communicate. It helps. So you might not think, I don't have the funding. There are fundings out there. There are opportunities out there. I always tell myself, if at all I know what I know now, 10 years ago, I know how far I would have been by now. If at all I had an opportunity that you have now, seated here, and somebody like me talking to me like this, I would have known what to do to navigate my way. There are opportunities out there. The same way you use your data to do your talking and the rest, use it. You see opportunities. There are travel grants. How did I find my way at Malaysia? It was not my funding. It was not my fund. It was not my money. I don't have money. I did not use my money. I cannot even use my money for any academic trip. No, I don't do that. If I have in mind to attend any conference, locally or internationally, I have to start sourcing for fund. That's one of the things I do. I must make sure I source for fund. I don't use my funding. Then we now talk about limited research facilities. We're in Nigeria. We all know the problem that we have in Nigeria. That is when collaboration comes in. You have to learn. Yesterday, Professor Tony talked about it. Just like we say, a tree cannot stand and become a forest. You need people. I did my research. I'm in natural products chemistry. But if you should look at my research, it cuts across different things. What happened? Collaboration. We did not have facilities in our lab. All what you need to do is to collaborate with your supervisor. You need to collaborate with somebody, another lab that has that facility. You go there, you learn. That is how it is done. So it will not be because of lack of facilities. You say, I could not do my AAS analysis, so I could not do that analysis because there are always opportunities for you to collaborate. And how do you meet your collaborators? Conferences, online, we'll get to that. Okay, limited exposure, I've talked about that. Is a problem, but you can always address the problem by attending conferences and workshops. Rejection and setback. There is no way there is no rejection. Telling you the truth. Even when I think it was Mr. Kwa that sent me something, how a well-known professor got a rejection. I was like, hey, if a professor should get rejection, that means I don't need to cry every time now. You understand? Forget about all the things that you see, we do. That rejection, you need to make up your mind. Even as I'm standing here, I have my own setback. I have my own issues, but that does not stop me. You keep pushing. You keep pushing, no matter what happens. So, rejection, all what you need to do is to learn, improve, and try again. That is just the thing. Then you talk about fear of failure. You have to take calculated risks now. At least, I should not be the one to reject myself. Let the selection committee reject me. That's what I always tell myself. This application, I will apply. What will happen, it will happen. I'm not the one that will tell myself I will not win. At least, let the panel say, Rachel, go home. That is it. Okay, so now we move to green innovation. Developing new products. Okay, innovation. Let me start from innovation. Let me just quickly talk about innovation. When we talk about innovation, please, the mic is there. Just 1 minute. I just want somebody to tell me what you understand. The students, not my lecturer. So I just want one of the students to tell me what he or she understands by the word innovation. Please, we need to do because there is no time. Because in the next few minutes, all of us, we are going to think like innovators. I'm going to give you a little activity to do. So anybody?
Innovation simply means being creative. It simply means being creative.
Good. Okay, because of time, let's move on. Talk about being creative. Some people might think it's only technology. They want to push science away, forgetting that it comes together, science and technology. So what about innovation? So what we simply mean by innovation is creating something new or improving an existing solution. Creating something new, it might be new, or you're trying to improve a solution that is existing. I made mention of my work. We have different treatment of cancer. Yeah, there are different drugs that we use in doing that, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, they're all there. But now, I now try to improve on that. That is innovation. So, does green innovation really matter? Yes, it matters. So green innovation simply talks about solving problems in ways that it protects the environment and supports sustainable development. All these are different types of green innovation. We will not get into that. Okay, I'll take let me take one typical example, agricultural waste. Now, let me come down to a very practicable example that we have. Your orange peels, that's the rinds, your citrus, either orange, lemon, lime, all of them that belong to that category. You now notice that by the time you peel it, you discard it. You finish eating your orange, you discard it. By doing that, number one, you are polluting the environment. You know that, agricultural waste. But now, what can you do with this peel? You need to sit down and think. There are different things. For example, your orange peels, by the time you pick your orange peels, normal, when you peel your orange, you notice that you have some oils on your hand. You now discover that, which of the oil is that? You should look at it after just a few seconds. It will go, it will vaporize. That's why we call it volatile oil, essential oil. By the time you go online now, you go to Google, you now discover that essential oil is the new oil well. People are making money via essential oil. There are different things that are using essential oil from. What have they ended up doing? They have reduced waste. So instead of throwing them out, I work with citrus. You need to see, if we are working in our lab, we can have like 100 kg, 200 kg of oranges. We sit down, peel them because we want to. Instead of throwing those peels away, number one, we end up leaking enough orange, sharing it to people, and we now make use of the peel, make money from it. That is green innovation. Okay. Okay, now that we have talked about, I've been the one doing the talking, so let's do a little, I'm almost done, so I think I can take this. So we are going to do, the students in particular, we are going to do a little challenge. The way you are seated, thank God you people are well seated, at least I can see 5. The way you are seated, within yourself, at least I will give opportunity to like 1 or 2 persons. You just think within yourself, what do you think is a common problem that you are seeing around the campus, your church, your community? What impact has it caused, and how can you solve that problem? I know it's part of the things that, and so many of you dodged that thing now because I'm aware. Some of you did not participate in that competition, so many of you. So now I'm here now, you participate with me. So within yourself, I don't want a perfect thing. I just want to see you think. You know, just like my supervisor will tell me, Rachel, I'm not going to do this one for you. Go and think. When I asked her, Ma, why do you always tell me to think? She said, who knows? You might even know it better than me. Oh. You understand? So as young minds, you forgot yourself, Gen Z now. As young minds, you even know better than me. So now, this is an opportunity. At least, I need like 2, just think, apart from the people that are presenting, because I don't want them to bring their, we have not gotten to that stage. So just think, which of the problem which challenges do you see around you? Just think. 1 minute gone. Three minutes left.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kanab Charlie Alongan from SLT department, ND1. Well, one of the problems I observe in this school is, one is pollution.
Noise pollution. So now, okay, what impact does that to you? You are the one that's saying noise pollution, because I know it's not, some people don't see noise as pollution, just feel. Personally, I don't like noise, you understand? But I even got to know that noise is a very serious problem to receive call, because like my supervisor will tell me, you don't shout here. The next neighbor is on heart machine. You don't talk, you don't laugh. So now, noise pollution now, what do you think you can do? As in we are all here, not you, sorry. We are all here. What do you think we can do to reduce that? I just want a very simple answer.
Okay. Actually, what we can do to reduce noise pollution? For example, like this speaker here, for instance, you know, we have some people that have ear.
We have to look for?
We have some people that have ear problems.
Okay.
Yes, so they need to reduce it, like the volume a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let me just take that because of she just mentioned noise pollution. There are people that don't like noise. People that are on heart machine, they don't like noise. Typical example, because definitely you cannot control everybody. For example, nowadays, how you enter a vehicle, some people are so lousy. Some people will play music. All what you need to do as a student is, this is a school environment, create awareness. That's the simple, it doesn't take you anything. There should be an awareness. Was it on Tuesday? It came online that in my school, a vehicle ran and killed a student just by the hostel. So I was like, hey, how did this one happen? Right inside the school, right inside the campus. The management board have to hold a meeting. As of yesterday, there was a memo online everywhere. They sent to us, if you are driving, if you are a student, like you are a student and you are driving. By the time you get to school, you must park your car at the car park, as in at the gate. Use the school shuttle bus and go inside. No student is allowed to drive in. You don't move in with your car. So no matter the kind of car you are driving. So that is a way to help to reduce such incidents from happening. So awareness, for you to be able to create awareness so that everybody will know. Okay, that was a good one. So I'll just take like one or two examples. Like plastic waste on campus is a problem. What do? You establish a collection center and partner with a recycling companies. What impacts have you ended up doing? You have ended up cleaning the environment and you have also generated income. Then we talk about excessive electricity consumption. I thought about it, how you can make students as in awareness, how to conserve electricity, awareness campaign. What impacts have you ended up doing? You have helped the Polytechnic, the management, to reduce the cost of electricity because it's expensive. It is expensive, so it's not good for you to just, okay, minus being expensive, you can even end up damaging things. So by offering those things that you see that are minor problems, they can end up being a very big problem. So at least you help the school management to do the one you can do. Then poor environmental awareness among students. That one is everywhere. And what do we need to do? You create a sustainability club. There should be people championing it. And we need to do this, we need to do that in order to reduce waste in the university environment. Okay, that takes us to, we are almost done. Okay, now we'll quickly look at opportunities for students. There are different opportunities for students to explore. Just like what I said, if I had opportunity earlier, but I'm still grateful to God because I still knew it later and it has helped me. Scholarships. There are scholarships out there. We talk about scholarships, we talk about grants, we talk about fellowship. I think, thank God for the hope. I had it very loud and clear when the vision and the mission of that hope was all about. You have opportunity to ask questions because if you are not informed, there are opportunities there that some of you are not informed, or on your own you might sit down and even disqualify yourself. So you try to apply. I always tell students, apply. It doesn't take you anything. You are not paying, as long as you are not paying money, because those ones that they tell you, no, international, nobody will tell you to bring your money. Apply. And some students feel that I don't have good grades. I can't apply. I'm having lower. I can apply. But I can tell you for real. Yeah, grades matters, but some of the scholarship board looks beyond that. You might not have the good grade, but you are innovative. You might not have a good grade, but you exhibit some leadership skills. So they look above that. All what you need to do, apply. Don't disqualify yourself. Allow them to say no. I talked about scholarship, grants, fellowship. And one thing I must tell you for sure, let me just come. No, this one is for my gender. Thank God I've remembered. My gender. Sorry, the other gender, sorry. But my gender, do you know that we have more opportunities now than the men? Do you know that? Now, go in to do any application. That's the thing that gives me the morale to the applications. Majority of the applications I go for, I'll look at it very well. And by the time you look at it, you see that they will tell you 90%, 70% is for female. They will tell you female will be prioritized. And trust me, if I am competing with Dr. Nanake is a man. He's higher than me. He has more papers than me. He's more exposed. He has more things, even Akwa. But if I'm competing with them and they want to choose, they will choose me. They will choose me. They will not look at, because they know men are everywhere now. But the few ladies that we have, let's pamper them. That is just the thing. So that's just the secret. You notice that, and that is for real. Go through application. Recently, we just applied for a research trip. There's a research trip I just applied for. A 3-month research trip to Portugal. Me looking at the application, I saw 70% women. I was like, only 30% male. How many women do we have that will apply? Let me apply. I will have it. That is just the mindset. And definitely you will. You will, because by the time they share, by the time they allocate slots, okay, they now come down to Nigeria, allocate slots. Definitely, no, you know, when we are competing with the whites, that's internationally, when we are competing with the whites, we feel that they are more brilliant than us, they are more exposed than us. When I applied for IYCN grant, I did not know. That's International Younger Chemists Network. I did not know. I just did the application, but I knew that I was competing with people that are more people that have gotten their PhD long before now, people that are outside the country, that have more publications, but I have to apply. And that fateful night, I was so surprised. I wanted to sleep, just around to 12. I got a mail, and I looked at it. The very first person I called was Dr. Nanake. Hey, and I called her, and that is it. We're just 5 in the world that got it, and I was the only African. If you look at that picture, you see I was the only African, the only black on that picture in the whole world. And I got it. So what I keep on praising, right now as we are talking, I have a friend, a senior colleague. She's on her way to Germany. A lady. That's why I say we ladies, we are going. We have opportunities. Just key in. Move. As in the moving train, just move. There are opportunities out there for us. She applied. They will give male the slots, but definitely female will get more slots. Imagine the committee telling her, are you coming with your kids? We are going to make arrangements for at least 3 children. I told her, don't carry them. Oh. Germany is far. Just leave them, go on your own. But what am I trying to say? That the opportunity will even come to you, extend to your kids. Understand? So if you want to give, if you are coming from a humble background, and you want to have a good future, I keep on telling people that the easiest way, forget about all these people that will tell you education is scam. Education and education are different. That's who they are. You go school, I go school, no be the same. You understand? So, if you know that you are coming from a humble background, I keep on telling people that education is the easiest pathway to wealth, the easiest pathway to exposure, the easiest pathway to meet people. Like it is now, I can go to anybody's office. I can come to your office, you attend to me. You attend to me, because by the time you Google my name, you see me. You go to my university, River State University website, you Google Rachel, you see me. Because I was not just a student at River State University, I was an outstanding student. I am one of their best. You see me with my VC, you see me chatting with my vice chancellor, my present vice chancellor. We relate. I have an issue, Prof. Sir, this is it. When I was having issue with convocation, there was, I don't know what happened, there was a lot of crisis, I nearly wouldn't have convoked. It was just a phone call. When my supervisor called my VC, the very first thing that VC asked, who? Rachel, what happened? Did she submit on time? Said she submitted, but they don't know what happened along the line. It was executive approval. The VC stood there in his office, told my supervisor, tell her to come with the dean to my office. We went there and I got executive approval and my name entered the booth here. That was how I convoked. So it's not just about, it's not about just going to school. When you go to school, try to make sure that you stand out from the crowd. The easiest way to wealth, the easiest way to exposure is education. Imagine a market woman going to the embassy. This is my friend that is already, she'll be getting to Germany today. She's already on her way. When I asked her, Sisi, because she's my big sister. When I asked her, Sisi, how was the visa interview? She was like, see, let me tell you, school is sweet. You will not compare how you get visa via academics to somewhere that is in the market. You will not. You understand? They'll give preference somehow to you because they know that, number one, you are not a scammer. They can easily verify you. So what am I trying to say? As you are here in school, just try within your own capacity to do well. Just try to do well. After all the grants I got for my trip to Malaysia, I was still having financial issues. My flight ticket was still very, very expensive because it was almost the time. What happened? I did not know what to do. Started making calls, call my bosses, call this one. Those of you that knows me on social media, you see that I even reach out to Effiong Bob. I even reach out to other people. They came in to help. Help came in because, Mr. Lubium, I'm from Mr. Lubium, sorry. So help came in. But even with all that help, I still needed help. I still needed help. And what happened? We now look at it, my supervisor now look at it, told me, you cannot win a world grant and you stay back from this conference. I thought, Prof, how are we going to do? Let me call the VC. And before then, the VC has already reached out to me to tell me congratulations. So when my supervisor now said he's going to, I now use that opportunity to, first of all, let my complaint ask, and it shall be given. I first of all do the asking. He did not say anything. So when my supervisor got there, I said, my student Rachel, he said, is it the Rachel I'm seeing online? My supervisor said yes. What is the problem? Just that. And my supervisor now told him that Rachel has everything. All what she needs is a flight ticket. And it was like, it is done. That was how I got from my domestic flight, Port Harcourt to Lagos, my international flight to and fro. And that was how I made that trip. So it is good to just take me. Okay, so then I talk about research projects. Some of you will dodge your project. So those of you ND2, HND2, your supervisor will be like running after you. You'll be running, your supervisor will be running after you. It ought not to be that way. I've told you, my supervisor is here, and I know he's very, very proud of me. I've been proud, is it not so? My supervisor is here. I'm very, very excited that he's here. And he took me on, I can still remember my project title. It was on FTIR, how to characterize Afromonium melequator and also Cola acrometer. I can still remember. And that was how I got to understand functional groups. I still understand. Okay. Where's my slide, please? Just 1 minute. I'm going to wrap it up. Okay, I talk about conferences and workshops. Already I've explained that. Let me move to professional societies. You feel that you have been hearing something like, okay, it's not here today, ACS, American Chemical Society. You feel like it's only for, okay, it's here, ACS, American Chemical Society. We are celebrating 150 years. Presently, they have even given me an invite to come for, what do they call it? There is a workshop, a symposium. They have even given me, and it has been paid for. So when you see this thing, SCS, you feel like it's only for masters, PhD. No. Personally, I started SCS in Rivers State University. Mr. Kwawo told me about SCS because I needed funding for something. He told me about it. I have to kickstart it. Bring in students. Initially, I was like, it's only postgraduates. But when I now look at SCS very well, I now saw that there are a whole lot of opportunities for undergraduates. I bring them in, and they are benefiting. They want to go for a conference, they go. So, our professional body is is very, very necessary. You have to identify with your professional body. Starting from the local one, CSN, we talk about Chemical Society of Nigeria. I know some universities have, some schools, even Polytechnic, they have the students' angle. You have to register. Sometimes the money that you use to do all these things, you might feel that it's very, very expensive, but trust me, like me, I can pay for my Royal Society of Chemistry dues, so why will I pay? I'll pay. Because when it is time, I will apply for grants. And by the time I apply for grants, they will give me. By the time I look at the money that I've given to me, number one, it will be able to solve that particular problem for me by taking me to where I told them I want to go, by doing something. So that's fee that you pay. And good enough, they subsidize these things for us. Those of us from these other parts of the world, they help us. So it is good for you to identify with a professional body, belong somewhere, be known somewhere. If I did not know Akwao, I will not know your coordinator. Okay, competition and innovation challenges, just like what is going to happen here. I knew some of you shy away from that, but it's very, very good for you to compete. Competing is very, very good. Then we talk about online classes. There are a lot of, yesterday, those of you that were here, they talked about some trainings, that you go online, you do, some of them that are free, majority of them that are free. You get your certifications, it helps to boost your CV, very, very important. So instead of spending all your time doing TikTok, except you want to go into modeling, except you want to be, if you want to be in academics, you take some online courses, get some certification, use it to boost your CV. Then sustainability initiative, we have talked about that. So we are wrapping this up now by saying, Coming. Learn. Okay, the next slide. Okay. 3 lessons from my journey. Lead where you are. You don't need to be a professor. You don't need to be a doctor. Where you are, start there. Where you are, start there. Keep learning. Be open. Keep learning. Turn problems into opportunities. Look around you. You will always see a problem. Try to turn that problem into opportunity. Thank you. Today is actually a very special day for me because standing before you, especially my lecturers, people that a few years ago I was sitting and they were teaching me, and today was actually for students, but for me to see them, I was like, oh, they came to see if I'll be able to. But thank God they are proud of me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish each and every one of you success. As you continue, as you pursue this journey, I wish you all the best. Good luck to everyone. Thank you.
I expected that the applause would be louder, the cheers would be louder. Lead where you are. Keep learning. Turn problems into opportunities. What a magnificent delivery. Delivered with poise, with dexterity, with finesse. Please, can we celebrate and appreciate Dr. Rachel Akon? The woman, Elizabeth, or the angel, told Mary, he said, behold, Elizabeth, who was called barren, that she has a child, she's carrying a child. So today we can also say to you, behold, someone who was in a classroom from the 4 walls of this place, who has gone global, who has gone international. One more time, can we celebrate and appreciate what we've seen today? Let me attempt, please sir, can you, Mr. Obosi, please can you get that microphone for Dr. I.R. Kanem, just in 2 minutes. Let me put him on a little hot seat. Maybe an hot seat, or let me just ask him, please sir, with all due respect, what is your feeling like this moment? How do you feel? What is it like? Let's just hear you. Turn the camera to him, please. Please get the microphone on, please. We want to hear this loud and clear. Let's share.
I want to say that this is one of my greatest moments. And I want my student to see what I've been saying. She was my project student, and I taught her in natural products. What she did today in PhD is natural products. So why shouldn't I be happy? That means at least I've been able to produce somebody in my field, and I'm very, very happy. I want to say that sincerely, I am very proud of you, and I wish you the very best. Thank you very much.
Ah, my God. On a day like this, you feel more like becoming a lecturer more and more.
In addition to that, Mr. Kanemo, let me have a word.
Thank you, sir.
In order to add to that. The day that I was preparing this country, I happened to meet her in the embassy. Not only that we are proud of her, because Dr. Umar happened to be with her in Rivers State University. So she's a product. She used to come to my corner all the time. Am I right? You as supervisor, a mentor. So please, in most cases, I want to say this. Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic is so privileged. It's not only her. There's another one that she's still in the UK till tomorrow. Just from HND to masters, directly. So please, each time that you see us in the class, don't play with us. Whatever I think, and she is organic chemist, natural product, I am equal organic chemist and natural product. So we are so much proud of her. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, Dr. Rachel, you have the opportunity to take a photograph with the dean, with the HOD, with your supervisor, with your mentor, and the head of unit. Success has many brothers and sisters. Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. While she's waiting, some few days ago, I had a conversation with a student of chemical sciences. And I told you vividly that we have to quarrel in order for you to get to that height. This is an enviable height which all of us should be longing for. And I'm telling you to share the experience that more people should come in chemistry unit, in biochemistry unit. Your lecturers there are very friendly and they have much to offer. If you take their instructions, you will have this same opportunity to stand in international podium to say one or two things. And this will uplift the name of this great institution. And I told you clearly, and I'm reminding you today, that you should be a product of this school that will bring a good name to this institution and not the bad one. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Let me use this opportunity to regard the very esteemed presence of the Dean of the School of Applied Sciences who came in while she was making her presentation, Comrade Ubun Obonwoko. Sir, you're welcome. Earlier on, we also had Dr. I.A. James, who also came in, sir. We regard your esteemed presence. May I now have the honor of inviting our proud alumnus to have the privilege of taking a photograph with the Dean, with our HOD, with our supervisor, with our mentor, and Dr. Eno Esudo, please. Can we give them a big round of applause? Thank you. It's a very emotional one for every teacher, for every supervisor. When you see your students fly higher and higher and higher, even higher than you are. That's the desire of every teacher. Dr. Ira can go back home and sleep today and know that he has fulfilled purpose. Mr. Uruk can also go back and sleep and know that he has fulfilled purpose. And one day we look to see all of our students flying on global stages. We would like to see you in the corridors of the World Health Organization, UNICEF, IUPAC. We'd like to see you at NAFDAC. We'd like to see you at the ASOROC. We'd like to see you at the Ministry of Health. We'd like to see you at research institutes all over this world. That's the desire of every teacher, the desire of every lecturer. We'll be proud to identify with you on global stages when you succeed. Please, can we clap for them once more time? Thank you. As we will say in church, even if we were to share the grace in fellowship and end this summit, it would have achieved the purpose for which it was called for. But we just have something extra. We have something more coming on the way. So you be patient with us. Today was designed for students, and we're very glad that you are here. Moving very quickly will be the next mentorship and interactive session. Number 2 will be taken by another very distinguished scholar. But before then, let me take 1 or 2 minutes to remind us that Dr. Rachel had told us that sustainability leadership is the ability to inspire, and influence positive changes. She went ahead to list several characteristics of sustainability leaders, to include that a sustainability leader thinks long-term, takes initiative, solves problems, influences others, and embraces innovation. She also told us that we have to take the path of career development, and that includes preparing for the future, building technical skills, developing communication skills, networking intentionally. I love that when she said we should network intentional. And that's what we are going to be doing today, to network intentionally, and then embrace continuous learning, and then be open for opportunities. She specifically talked about writing winning emails, that to write an email successfully is a skill. And there are people you meet in life and doors will just be unlocked. Today, seated there might be just one person you meet amongst us, and some doors will naturally open for you. Somebody say amen. So, and she said, turning challenges to opportunities. I was particularly inspired when she echoed that in all of her successes and the strides she has achieved, that there are points when you feel rejected, your mails are rejected, your applications are rejected, and when it happens, you wake up the next day and look for the next opportunity. And she talked about green innovation, opportunities for students. She mentioned scholarships, research projects, conference and workshops, professional societies, competitions and innovations, online courses and certifications, and sustainability initiatives. She rounded off with those three very powerful lessons she has accumulated over the course of time. And she said, lead where you are, keep learning, and turn problems into opportunities. One more time, let's give a loud ovation to Dr. Rachel Ekong. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Dean, I'd like to quickly introduce to us our next speaker for today. He has been with us since yesterday, and it took a very brief session yesterday, and that was like he had engaged us for hours because it was very powerful. So to take us on mentorship and interactive session 2, building student-led sustainability project and community impact, may I respectfully request Dr. Nanake Abasi-Ofion to rise. Let's clap for him, please. The Dean, the HOD, lecturers, students, Dr. Ofion is a distinguished environmental chemist, educator, and sustainability advocate. His research interest spans sustainable materials, water and organic geochemistry, environmental remediation, and green chemistry applications. Dr. Ofion earned his PhD in environmental chemistry from the prestigious University of Uyo and has received advanced international postgraduate research training through competitive fellowship programs hosted in South Korea and China, including research stays at the Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria, Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, and the Jilin University in China. As a prolific researcher with over 80 scholarly publications and more than 1,200 citations, Dr. Ofion has contributed significantly to advancing sustainability-focused research and green chemistry initiatives in Nigeria and beyond. He was a recipient of the MDPI Water Award, the American Chemical Society's Younger Chemist Leadership Development Award, and has actively participated in international green chemistry programs supported by IUPAC and UNEP. Dr. Nanake Abasiofion currently serves as the Dean of the Faculty of Computing and Applied Sciences at the Top Faith University in Batak. As an academic leader, researcher, and mentor, he is passionate about empowering young people to develop innovative solutions that address environmental and societal challenges through science, technology, and community engagement. Today, he will lead the mentorship and interactive session number 2 on the topic Building Student-Led Sustainability Project and Community. Without any further ado, how glad I am, how honored I am. Just reading the citation, there is an anointing that comes over me. I don't know if you are feeling the way I'm feeling. Help me welcome Dr. Nanake Abasiofion. If you travel, you will meet some people that can change your life forever. If you attend programs like this, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The acting rector and the Dean, School of Applied Sciences, the head of departments, head of units, and other faculty members here present. From where I have been trained, just to let you know, the citation was actually an abridged one. So I've been trained in many places, but for the two I want to make reference to, if you go to China, they call a professor Laoshi, and Laoshi simply means teacher. If you go to France, they call teachers and professors professor. So with that, every lecturer in this room is a Laoshi or a professor. So if I address you as a professor, it is correct, because if you go to France, that is the title that you have. You are a teacher and you are a professor. So with all due respect and acknowledgement of all the professors in the house, I will, and then our dear students, greatest Nigerian students, greatest Papa, greatest Gogo, greatest Eya. Thank you very much. Today was for students, or today is for students. So I will be talking briefly on student-led sustainability projects and community impact. And I'm happy that right from yesterday, there have been quite a lot of talks and engagements on green chemistry and on sustainability. My talk today, I won't bore you with divinations. I will just go straight to impact, what you need to do, and what I, as a person, have been doing over the past years. And then probably the things that you can key in to do. But before I start my talk, so that I don't forget, the student-led projects or things you can do here in Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, there are quite a lot, and I'm happy that you've started some of them. The very first is to engage students to know that they can be part of the global conversation. In some universities, they count students that, or they don't really take students for as people that can contribute. So your students are actually those you should look at as your partner, or as those who are working with you. You know, younger people who are working with you, not working for you. So with that, you can actually, you know, mentor them to become something in the future. So one way you can achieve that is one of the things that Dr. Ekong has said, to make sure that you subscribe to membership of some of the organizations that she has mentioned. Now, why is it important to subscribe? Because this is how they will communicate with you directly. So you will be receiving emails directly from the ACAs or the RSC or you know, these organizations, informing you of opportunities or what you can do. Because if you, I mean, it's just like a radio. If you don't put on a radio, there will be no signal that will be received, all right? So that is one of the things that you need to do. Then lecturers also need to lead some of these groups. So I'll mention a few. So Professor Rachel has started. I'm correct to call you a professor by my divination. So she has started to create the HUB program and the signing the Beyond Benign, what do you call it? Commitment. So that is number one. Now you could also do, the RSC also has student organization that you can create. So if you have a professor here who is a member of the RSC, you can initiate application to create a chapter of the Royal Society of Chemistry here on campus. And what these organizations do is that they want to decentralize opportunities into campuses. So their interest is not to come and take over CSN, because I think that's one of the misconceptions. So it's like, you know, I think there's a place in the Bible that talks about if I'm preaching God and then you are also propagating gospel. I mean, so since all of us are pursuing the same thing, I mean, it's fine. So that is what the RSC and the ACS and the Beyond are doing. As a matter of fact, they don't really gain much in terms of finance. They actually subsidize most of the registration. Like, for example, ACS, I'm sure more than 70% of members in Nigeria now are registering for $0. Zero, that you don't have to pay any fee. So, I mean, imagine just subscribing at a $0 rate and then someone gives you $1,000 to travel abroad. Who does that? So, what they want to do is just to propagate the knowledge of chemistry to every corner on earth. Every corner. Every corner. So you miss me after now or Mr. Kwawo, we are going to give you all the discount codes that you need to subscribe. And then you receive direct emails from them. So you may also qualify to start the ACS student chapter. That's number 2. And it can be done by another lecturer. It doesn't have to be Professor Raphael. So she has done the Beyond Benign GC Sinus network thing. She can be run. That's a full portfolio. That's a full portfolio. And I'm aware that signers are eligible to have up to 10,000 grants every year annually. So depending on what project she wants to drive. So someone else can take up the ACS own and then also drive the student project around that. Someone else can also take up the RSC portfolio and also drive that. And then before you know it, every single student on this campus will either be traveling for a conference here or will be either getting money to do one project or there. And the Beyond Benign program is also another interesting concept that came, because someone might ask, why are we having so many organizations? So they have different purpose or intentions. The Beyond Benign is actually interested in greening every chemistry. And then I like what Dr. Ekong said. I like addressing her as Dr. Ekong. I don't want to, I'm a fan of the feminist people, you know. I don't have to call you by your first name just because you are a woman. Okay, so she said something that's very important. And what is that? When you have this information, it is now easy for other things to follow. It's now easy for other things to come up. So when you do this, the projects I'm going to be showing you will be easy to be done. They'll be very easy. And why? Because these organizations are just waiting for you to tell them, I want to talk about green chemistry. And they give you funding to do that. I want to do environmental awareness. They will give you funding to do that. So, now, when we talk about green chemistry, most people get it wrong that it's all about environment. No. So she made a very good example about the use of water. So, which means even an engineer will have to ask questions. How do I design the tap so that it doesn't dispense too much water? That's green engineering. That's green engineering. You now go to other fields, maybe physical chemistry. How do I now design the system so that it doesn't heat too much? Conservation of energy. So when you talk about green engineering or green science or green chemistry, it's actually something that cuts across almost every area. And I'm happy that there was a professor yesterday that even prayed a green prayer. May God bless her in Jesus' name. So with this introduction and with this background, we are all on the same page. I'm just going to flow with this. And then again, please, if you don't have an active email, if you are students here, you don't have an active email, please try to open one. You don't have, I know some of us will complain, we don't have Android phone. And while some, they have the Android phone, even iPhones, what they use it for is to play game, do tapping. What else do they do now? TikTok. Well, while that can be good or can serve a purpose, you can actually advance your career a lot if you actually, let me use the word focus, concentrate, direct attention towards using those resources towards academic stuff. So she will spend, out of the 24 hours a day, she will spend 9 hours writing a proposal for a grant of maybe $10,000. You use the same hour doing TikTok. So, I mean, who is going to gain at the end of the day? So, you are still using the same data, the same stuff. So, it shows that this person is concentrating on something that will fetch her, you know, a good result at the end of the day. Well, it could be okay to do TikTok and then have money at the end of it, but how many of us will be able to achieve that? Only very few fractions. So that was why she said education is more or less like the surest way to achieve this. So let's run. Now, I like doing this in all my presentations. I talk about my university because they pay me salary, right? So I'm going to talk briefly about Tufte University before I go into my talk. So Tufte University started in 2021, and then we have in the Faculty of Computing and Applied Sciences, we have about 7 programs covering computing, biological sciences, chemical sciences, physics, and architecture. And our students are engaged in hands-on training. So, while some of you might say, okay, well, why do you want to talk about Tufte University here? I know many professors here earn a lot of money, so you can send your children there. And then 2, is also an opportunity for you to collaborate with us if you want to. And then 2, I also want to talk about, I don't have access to the slides, so whoever is controlling, please, you have to be moving with me. So I also want to talk about a journal we created, we started hosting with some colleagues of mine. It's called Computing and Applied Sciences Impact. So we had the flyer sent out to some of you earlier. If you do a good science and you think it's something worth looking at, as an editor, they will be able to give you opportunity to publish them. So now let's move to the business of the day. I will start by saying this. The student is the middleman of sustainable development. Rachel said something about the future. So if you look at the future, your aged parents will not make the, or may not, let me use statistics, they may not make the next 100 years, right? You might make the next 80 years. Your younger ones might make the next 100 years, right? So you are now kind of like in between those who will soon finish and those who are still coming up to realize their own source. So you are not like a middleman. You are not in between everybody. So while your aged parents might say, well, make Wenguwa. How many of us are, who is say that is not from Akwa Ibom? Anybody? Okay. So I will try to focus on English. But then I will try to translate if I use Ibibio. When I went to China, I was always fighting, but they told me, this is China. If you want all English, go back to your country. So, so what that means is that your parents will say, I'm almost done. I'm about to die, right? Okay, so they don't care whether there will be food tomorrow for someone to eat. So, but you are in the middle, so you need to think about how you yourself will sustain beyond what your parents are doing now. So that means the workload is much on you. Firstborns will understand this, others may not. Because you first and foremost, you think of burying your parents first. and then training the ones that are following you. So if you are not thinking of managing the resources, that means everybody, if you just family, is just scatter for your head. All right, are we together? So that is why I'm saying student, because as a student, it means you are no longer a toddler. You are now like kind of someone who is a bit advanced, but you are not there. So you are in the middle. So that's why I said students are the middleman of sustainability. So by middleman, it means much of what the load from up is coming directly to you. That's the responsibility is directly to you first before the next generation. And why is this so in this our environment? They are the project students. So your supervisor may not enter the lab, but you are the one in the lab. So if you bring out a fake result, we are going to rely all our information based on that. So the middleman now, you need to do justice by doing the right thing. Postdoctoral researchers like she's going for now in South Africa, you are the middleman. Your professor, she might not be interested anymore, but since you are the one currently doing that, you are our middleman. Make sure you provide these things so that your next generation will come and see them. Now, students also are people who are midway of development. Midway of development. They are not novice completely, they are not experts. And so because of this, they should be unbiased. You shouldn't be biased. So that means you shouldn't be tilting towards your parents who are saying, I will soon die. I don't care. Neither will you also be tilting towards toddlers who don't know whether, they don't even care what you are passing through to provide food. All the things the baby know how to do is to do what? Cry, and then you give food. So, but since you are in the middle, you shouldn't be biased because you should understand both sides. And then because you are the one currently studying, you are the one currently doing what? Studying. You should be interrogating and questioning every damn thing. When we started using digital phones, we had this technology called infrared. So you want to transfer a picture, you have to bring two devices together. And for some people, it was very convenient. It was very good. But someone sat down and said, why must I bring my phone together and join together? Can't I do something better? So it's a matter of what? Curiosity. And someone said, okay, let's do Bluetooth. And so with Bluetooth, we don't have to put the devices together. And someone said, okay, what's wrong with Bluetooth? Well, Bluetooth can be very good because you don't have to join the two phones together. But how about transferring larger files? You now realize that, okay, Bluetooth has a limitation. So why don't we do Xender that can transfer larger files, that can transfer apps? So that's how to question the current science. Because if you don't question it, you will remain with it, and there will be no, development. So that's how, so she talked about identification of problem. If you are not curious, you can't identify problem. That was why when they asked about problem, I was just laughing in this one because I know very well a lot of us are complacent. So long nothing is happening to me, Jesus, they will just go and sleep. Tomorrow they wake up and that's all. They don't want to question anything. So once you are, that is why sometimes when you push students to the corner, let me give you a typical example. Students don't carry expo in a course that they know that the lecturer is very good and they will all pass. Do they? Mba. They will not. But when you are pushed to the corner like Omo choke, that's when you now look, you do everything under the earth to pass. You go to tutorials, you go to night class, you call someone, please. You even call the lecturer, please have mercy on us. Because you want to pass that course. So now, that is where this sustainability is going towards. Things are becoming more difficult. Global warming, economic meltdown, everybody's complaining here and there, all countries. And the United States is saying, we don't want people to come again. We want to reduce number of who we are deporting. South Africa is saying, we don't want again. Luckily, this one had gotten it before they started. So it's choking. So at this point in time, this is when you now sit down and think, what do I do to survive? And actually, sir, you don't really need a lot of outside or external support. You can do it. We can do it. So the next one is the last one. Students are the foundations of transformation. And this is actually one of the most important points I want to raise. If we ever make a mistake to train you bad, we have lost the future. If we ever make a mistake to train you in a wrong way, we've lost it. So once we train good students, we are sure that they are the ones that will now do what? Take over from us. So the future now is assured. That sustainability that we are talking about is now, because if you don't do it, sorry, I'm just telling you plain facts. You are the fact. And so that is why it is upon us, the educators, next slide, to ensure that we produce those who will sustain this. So first, students should be able to learn new things. Forget about what used to happen before. I know once I go to that school, I can sort and pass. That's what you know. I know once I go there, I know how to meander. Don't worry, I don't need to work too much. I have a godfather. You need to learn new things. You need to unlearn the old character. You need to relearn new things. Now, these are three basic concepts that you need to survive in this world. Now, what used to be invoked in 1973 doesn't hold water again today. So if your parents ever told you, in fact, if I told my grandfather that you can sit down here and talk to an Oyibo man, and the Oyibo man will be seeing you, he will say, that's witchcraft. It's a lie. That is what he was, because like it's an impossible thing. But today it's possible. All right? So those things that used to hold water, they may not. So you need to unlearn some of the old attitude, relearn and learn new ones. All right? Educators, we must be intentional. Where do I want my students to go to? And then we must be committed to that intention. Educators must also be willing to change. Sorry, I have to say this. I didn't know that the professors would be here today. But unfortunately, some of our professors, I must apologize, it's hard to advance. So your student calls you now and says, okay, Prof, I have a recommendation letter to a university in UK. You cannot send email. So how will the student get the recommendation letters for this scholarship? Sir, they won't. Someone will not travel from Harvard down here to come and get recommendation letter. They will not come. So don't deceive yourself in the first instance. So you need to position yourself so that your students can fly on top of your shoulders. I write recommendation letters like every night. And I do it with so much dedication that because I know everything depends on this recommendation for these students. So I must write it. And I don't miss deadlines. Because it's their future. There's some professors, since it's not their child. Again, even institutional emails. In fact, it's one of the things I wanted, when you sent me an email, I wanted to just confirm that it's from Akwa Poly because my university operates email policy, right? So I don't need to print anything to communicate with my vice chancellor. In Tofit, you don't. Everything can be completely emailed and you get approval, you get transfer. No paper. Well, because that's a private university again. So if I'm communicating to him to say, these people invited me, the very first thing they will go and say is, which email did they use to send? Because that's the only way they will verify that it's from Akwa Poly. And I want to appreciate her because she did that. And so I didn't have the hassle to go and convince my VC, okay, they don't have institutional email. So now Akwa Poly has institutional emails. So you need to use it and you need to support your students with that. So that was for educators. You must be willing to change, to adjust the normal way you were doing things so that you'll be able to help your students. Okay, educators must also inspire and guide. Why I use the word inspire is that sometimes you want your students to be like you. No, just inspire them, leave them. They can become better than you. So that's why I use the word inspire and guide. Why the student must be passionate about their journey. So while lecturers only inspire you, so please don't expect your lecturer to come and hold your hand to write exam. No. All you need is their inspiration, their support. Fly on that and be committed on the course. All right, let's flow. So I'm going to do, I think Rachel has already done this, so I'm not going to repeat it. It's a student impact model, problem identification, trying to solve it, and all that. So let's skip it. Skip it, there's no points. So go to case studies. Skip it completely. She had done justice to that. So, all right, go back. Now, I came here with the intention of talking to you about student sustainability-led projects, right? And I started my conversation by giving you some background policy arrangement or framework, creating student organizations, subscribing, becoming members, doing this, organizing them. So on that basis, you can now implement some of the projects. So I'm going to give you case studies of some of the things I have personally done or I have been associated with over the past 10 years. Is it 10 years? More than 10 years. So I will start with advocacy projects. The ones I call advocacy are workshops like these, environmental awareness campaigns and seminars. So case one. So this case is a project we did in 2015 at the University of Uyo. And so what we did was to create environmental sanitation awareness. So we practically went out of campus, picked dirts, we do by example so that others can learn from us. Yesterday I was just walking in, I told Dr. Anieto, we are talking about pollution, and then there were some pieces of papers on the floor, so I picked them. That's the only way to tell another person that you are doing what you are teaching. Next. So this is part of it, but this one now, we now went into the classroom to talk to the students to be examples of. So let me give an example now. We give you water, bottled water. So if I am you, immediately after this event, I should look for a place to responsibly dispose the bottle. Not just immediately after you just drop it and you are gone. So we should first of all be the advocates. So next one. So we talk to students. So in 2019, although in between there may be other projects, but I'm focusing on the one that are student-led. Remember, my topic is student-led project. So I was invited in 2019 by the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry to talk at what they call IOPAC Green Chemistry Summer School. Now, let me shock you. When I got this invitation, I never had a PhD. And when the email came, they addressed me as a professor. And I wrote back and I told them, well, if this is a mistake, I'm not yet a professor. And I don't think I'm in a position to come and talk in the conference. So basically, declining. So they wrote back and said, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. Someone somewhere recommended that we invite you. They know that you are good. So leave the professor title and come and talk. So we had a very interesting session there in Tanzania, and I had the opportunity of, talking with very erudite scholars. Professor Tundo of blessed memory was there because he was one of the key fathers of green chemistry, and the past president of IOPAC, Chris Brett, and other African scholars who were there. So there I also had to share my own ideas about green chemistry and sustainability. Next one. Now, in my university here in Topfed, I tried to also do some certain green chemistry projects. So this one was the one we held last year for students. So we had a whole lot of students who attended the session and tell them how we could integrate. So green chemistry, like Rachel said, is not a only lab thing. It's not only chemistry thing. So even in your kitchen. So I love that example that she gave. Perfect example, because all of us, we use kitchen. So it's just something that you ignore, but then it is important. So we were able to relate with them. So these are some examples of projects that you can do: student-led seminars, conferences on green chemistry, some environmental campaign around campus. All right, next one. Next one. So the fourth one is the Earth Day program. So this year, so you need to also identify certain days in the year. So we have the World Environment Day, usually in June 5 or 6, and then the World Earth Day, April 22. So these are certain days that you can fix to create awareness within your department. Now, Rachel also said something about where you are. Sir, you don't have to be the president of IOPAC to do something. So it can be within the department. It can even be within the unit. Just you and the people that are working or studying with you in the unit. Create awareness about it, and they start from there. So this was one of the projects that we did to combat microplastic pollution using green methods. All right, next one. Now, interestingly, this program was sponsored by ACS. So we wrote ACS and got a grant to extend the program to high schools. Now, why did we go to high schools? sometimes we learn habits small. Today you learn it, tomorrow you learn it. After a time, it becomes normal. So we now realize that we might need to go down to secondary school to enlighten them at that level so that by the time they become full adults, they know how to apply some of these sustainability skills in whatever they are doing. So, and then luckily for us, we got the grant. So we went to some secondary schools to talk about plastic pollution and how to take care of it. And we gave them some resources, baskets, and stuff like that. Okay, next one. Now, the next case study is my own research that addresses green and sustainable chemistry. Don't worry. This one will be maybe for the final year students doing their projects, but then again, you can learn something from it, all right? Okay, let's go. First, the first one I want to talk about briefly, or just, it's not even talking about, just highlighting, is over time we use, you've heard of surfactants. So surfactants, reduce surface tension of water, and then like soap and detergent, we use it to wash or clean. All right, so we rely so much on synthetic surfactants that are not very environmentally friendly, all right? So, so I was just sitting down one day, I was like, we have this water leaf. When we prepare water leaf, even though we eat water leaf, but we don't eat the extract, the aqueous extract that before cooking, you squeeze it, you remove, because it has a sour taste. And then it has lather, a lot of lather like this. And then we throw it away. So I now said, why don't we experiment it? Actually, one of the things I started when I was in China. So we now use the aqueous extract. Now, in this case, water-based. No organic solvents, no heating, no distillation, just water leaf extract. So we now tried to use it to do cleanup of some soil samples, and we observed excellent result that was published in Environmental Technology 2023. Next. Now, this was the setup of the experiment, so I'm not going to talk much about it. Next. Now, we went further to look at how this can help us, let me use the word, speciate different organic compounds. So if you can see the chromatogram there, is actually the chromatogram showing the separation of phenanthrene and naphthalene. And then this other part is still part of the work, but this other section was published in Environmental Engineering Research. Next one, please. So in this year, we just published a new and an extension of this work. Because someone said, okay, so if you use only water leaf extract, that might be a problem somehow. So she said something of economic viability. So it might not be entirely economic viable. Why? Because I go to the market, I'm buying water leaf for remediation. And you are buying water leaf for what? For food. so economically it becomes a problem. So we now went back to our drawing board. So that's why you have to question everything you do in science. So we went back to identify this other species of, well, I realized when I went to the boot list, it's actually not a species of water leaf. It's actually a different plant on its own. But we call it in our own language, so it's like water leaf, but we don't eat it. It looks brownish and all that, but every other thing is similar. So we went for that because that one is not edible. And we obtained almost the same result or better result, and the result was published in Chemistry and Ecology. Next slide. So I also went into catalysis, which is also one of the major aspects of green chemistry. So there's this chemistry we do, catalytic ring opening of epicochlorohydrin. So now, before now, all the catalysts used were either very expensive or very toxic. So I will name some of them. Iron chloride. So whenever we have chlorine somewhere, we don't like it. Chlorine is not really a very green element. Pyridine also used, but these ones are usually very complicated. We also use silicon oxide or very expensive catalysts such as ceric triflate. So I designed a new synthesis using methanol and potassium carbonate. So potassium carbonate is just like sodium carbonate, and it's actually environmental friendly, like calcium carbonate. The only difference is that the metal there is replaced by potassium, and it's environmentally friendly. It's not that toxic like other metals. And we observed the same or similar result with other synthetic products that we've done. So these are some of the few things that we have done research-wise that you can, get some ideas of what you can do with your project and then have your own contribution in green and sustainable chemistry. Next. So these are some new perspectives. When we share the slides to you, you are going to look at some of the new perspectives I think you can, incorporate in your research. Next. Case study projects part 3. Now, there are many ways to enhance green and sustainable chemistry. So we have done cases 1, case 2, case 1, part 1, part 2, and then we are now going to part 3. So the part 3 is actually the part where we disseminate information. So this part is, because I know all fingers are not equal. You could be a good advocate, so you go around talking to people, so you can be doing seminars and talks, that's fine. If you are someone who is also good in the lab, you can go into the research and still make your own contribution. Now, this final part is those who can write. If you can sit down and write good contents, then this could be for you. All right, let's go. So the first one is, by God's grace, I am an editor in a journal called Scientific Reports. So Scientific Reports is part of the Nature Portfolio Journal, and Nature is among top 5 journals in sciences in the whole world. So for me to be editor, there is actually a lot of work for me, given my background coming from Nigeria. So, and if you look at the screen, I'm the only editor that is African, that is editing this particular collection. So they call it a collection. So we are actually collecting papers that focus on what we call waste valorization. So waste valorization is actually an aspect of green chemistry that deals with reduction of what? Waste, or reuse of materials. So as editor there, I could write for the in-house editors to give you discount if you want to publish here. But Scientific Reports is one journal that can really give you a lot of visibility if you publish it. So that's one effort that we are making. And then again, one of the things I want you to note, the caption of the slide says, some of our efforts. I don't take all the credits of these things. So I see it as something that there must have been someone somewhere supporting this project. So the number two I want to talk about is a project that is actually sponsored by IUPAC. By IUPAC, I mean International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. So it's a green chemistry book project that focuses only on sub-Saharan Africa. Now, when we say green chemistry, or project or sustainability, the problem that applies to Nigeria don't necessarily extend to the United States. And the problem in the United States don't necessarily extend to Nigeria. So for example, when you go to a typical American university, they talk about gun violence. A student will just remove gun and start shooting people. You don't really see much of that here. So that's peculiar to them, all right? So when you are solving problem, you make it unique to your environment, right? Okay, so this green chemistry is focused towards sub-Saharan Africa. And they're trying to gather a lot of authors within sub-Saharan Africa who can contribute. So we have actually contributed a chapter, and the book is actually edited by Professor Lilian Mamino. She's an Italian professor, but based in South Africa. Next slide. Now, there is one that is almost, this one, the submission has closed. It's going to be published this year, October 1st. So there is a book on microbial. So I know there are a lot of biologists in the house here, especially our MC. So this one focuses on microbial and biomedical applications of green nanovectors and nanoenzymes. So on October 1st, this will be released on the Elsevier website, and you're going to have 2 of our chapters contribute also on green science and engineering. Okay, next slide. So this is the one that is the most special for me. So early this year, I completed my book manuscript on introductory green chemistry. So before the end of the year, you're going to have a book titled Introductory Green Chemistry, authored by Nanake Basiko Offiong. Now, thank you. Now, next slide. So, some parting thoughts. Think global, but act locally. So, what do I mean by this? When you are applying global context, have the Nigerian perspective. Have the Equapoly perspective. This is what you want to do. You may not really, you don't need to be Donald Trump to fight the whole countries of the world to be peaceful, right? Okay. So within the space that you are, what can you do? So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Make attempts. So Rachel said it. Even with over 1,200 citations and over 80 publications, I also, even as editor of a journal, I also receive rejections. In fact, some journals I save as editor, I also receive rejection. So when you receive rejection, it's not that your work is not good. It's just that the perspective of the person reading your work, maybe he didn't wake up on the right side. You know, sometimes it's like that. So what is this person writing? I beg, just shift. So the only thing that will make you succeed is to increase what we call frequency. Because we have students in this hall. Say after me, increase the frequency. Shout now. So, before I got my first international offer, I had done over 200 applications. And I'm sure before Rachel got her own, you may have done almost the same or more. It is a no joke. Like, this is a no man's land. If you want it, you have to keep on doing it until that day that you get that mail. We are pleased to inform you that. And you now start shouting. Someone shout something. All right, so, and do you know why it is so? Because we are in a resource-constrained environment. Nobody thinks you are anything, sir. Everybody there, you know, imagine a Harvard professor looking at you. Who is this? And you are not, your surname is not Trump. Your surname is not Thatcher. No, it's the fact. And then they say, okay, Akwa Musa Polytechnic, they now go to Google to type. That is what they do. I'm telling you facts. And then when they type Akwa Musa Polytechnic, the first line is student rioting in Akwa. Hey, they close it. I'm telling you facts. It's not a laughing matter. It's not a laughing matter. So before you can convince somebody to now say, let me look at this person's application, you must have tried even 500 times than an average American. Even an average American that does not know anything puts in an application. Oh, God, this is Trump. Okay, what did he say? Okay, good. Let's send him. Because he has the name. And that name alone gives him the opportunity. But you and I don't have. So you have to work 100 times than them to prove your worth. At the level I am, I don't know why I have 80-something publications and over 1,000 citations. And then I'm seated in a small office somewhere, technically, in quotes. But if you were to compare me with an American, I would have been maybe an associate professor or a professor in a lab, owning my lab and doing my thing. That's how it is. And the same thing applies to this, because that was why I said, when I introduced them, I said professors, they are professors. Because they themselves have to do 10 times, 20 times what an average person outside there would need to do. And the resources, they are easy. In fact, some say you don't even need. What do I say you don't even need? They'll tell you, okay, this year we'll give you $5,000 to travel for conferences. You say, no, where do I want to go to? America is the safest place, so I'm not going. I have a professor like that. So she told me that in her faculty, they give them like something that is like a stipend to go for conference internationally. So when they say, okay, where do I go to? You know, an average American doesn't travel. They don't. Like, they feel that they are safe there. Why should I go to Egypt? Yes. So the money goes. They don't need it. They don't need it. They don't need it. But yeah, you'll be struggling for that. So, attempts. So you have to make attempts. Make that attempt. Apply for that grant. Apply for that membership. Try that thing. So she told me of someone who applied for a grant. This is a grant that normally they don't reply to you if you don't have endorsement by your country. So the person wrote and said, I don't have anybody, please give me money. Like almost crying in the mail. And they responded and said, okay, then we have to help you. And when she told me that, I laughed because it happens. Why do I know this? It's like when she mentioned something about gender. It's actually real. So in 2019, I sat on the committee. If people heard it, we called it International Periodic Table of Younger Chemists. If you heard it, it was one of the programs IUPAC did to celebrate its 100 years. So I sat in the committee to review applications on IUPAC committee. So when applications come, we compare Africans with Americans. And sir, there's nothing to, you cannot compare an African professor with a US professor. There's no comparison. Don't go there. They don't, because what they have, you don't have. It's like trying to say, okay, a child who uses Ntom to play ball in the village, even if you know how to kick angle 90, just because nobody knows you and you now come and compare yourself with someone who is at Harvard, nobody will even look at your CV, sir, because you don't have what he has. You can know the football, but they say, okay, everybody coming out should have a boot. That boot alone disqualifies you. Why? Because you don't have. Is it your fault that you don't have? The answer is no. So, make attempts. The next one is to persevere. Perseverance is one of the things I have to teach students here. Even more so because there's a dichotomy within the Nigerian system where your degree or diploma doesn't equate as much as others. So whatever you want to do, you have to persevere to get there. You will definitely have those challenges, but you must persevere. So the last but not the least, collaborate and seek partnership. Even as I am now, I still write to people higher than me or lower than me to ask questions, to collaborate. No man is an island of knowledge. None. I collaborate with people in the US, I collaborate with people in Asia, and you know why that happens? It's like when they are looking for footballers. Resources are there, talents are few. That's why they will come to Africa and carry a footballer and go and pay him so much money in Europe. Talents are few. Resources could be much. So when they are looking for talent, let it be that you are the one that they will spot out. And then lastly, be visible. I see students, when you ask them, are you on LinkedIn? They say no, but they are on TikTok. So how will someone give you a scholarship? Because the first thing they do when you apply, they just search your name. And if they don't see you on LinkedIn, they don't see you on maybe Twitter, probably, and you having good content on your Facebook. And then some of us, again, okay, you have the Twitter, you have the Facebook. What's your name there? Baby girl 222. No, it's serious. I'm talking facts. LinkedIn, baby girl, sexy baby girl 224. How can the professor hire you from US? He will not. He will not. He will not. And then when he goes further to check what you post, you are twigging. And the people just say, okay, now this one doesn't belong. So this is a student focus session, so I have to say it. So present yourself in a way that when the professor views your LinkedIn profile and sees the content you create and sees the things that come from your mouth, because that's the only way she can personalize you. Sir, degree you can have first class, but nobody will tell the professor your behavior. No, nobody. So I see very excellent papers, CGPA 4.0. I look at SSE, A parallel. I look at NECO, A parallel. This must be a good student. The only thing he doesn't know is your character. Because that is the only thing that will make the professor to be able to work with you as a human being. That's the only thing. The papers could be good, but the only thing that is a dividing line between you and is that your attitude. And so once they are able to make a decision on that, it ends there. So that is why a very first-class student, like she said, could apply and not get. But someone with pass third class. So recently a student from, I don't know which university, she said she had a first class, but she's now a PhD. I don't know, it was on social media. So don't let it limit you. Don't let it limit you. So with this, I want to thank you so much for your... So just to end up, these are some of the organizations that have funded me. So I will just, well, I think maybe when we share the slides, you'll see them. Chinese NSF, PCDF, Dillon University, Shell, RSC, ACS, Beyond Benign, IOPAC, ISCCC, ISC3, UNEP, and then of course, the center I worked as a research associate. Now, these organizations actually fund different projects and programs in green and sustainable chemistry. Let me tell you how it is done. I don't just say it. Sit down, buy data, subscribe, sit down very well, balance on your seat, don't do anything. Go to their website and then start checking. That's what I do every morning before I go out. I just sit down like that. I say, okay, Beyond Benign, what are they doing this day? I now go out, let's check, okay, nothing is happening. I close it. I wear my clothes and go out. Tomorrow, I do the same thing. Now, by the time you go through 1 or 2, 3, 4 websites, something will pop up. And then you see something to now apply. Now, even if another problem we also have is that collaboration aspect. You now see something, they say it must be a professor. And so you, because you are a student, you say, okay, I'm not a professor, you leave it. No, so the thing you should do, you should go and meet your professor. Meet your HOD. HOD, see, I saw this on Beyond Benign website. I saw this, it's for professor, it's for HODs. So he will be the one now to know which lecturer or whatever. So you don't hide information, so you share it. So even if you are also a lecturer, you see something that is for students, you share it on, copy the link and share it on their WhatsApp platform, send it to them. Okay, can you try this? All right? So let's do that. So I think with this, I want to wrap up my presentation and say thank you very much for your attention.
Are you just clapping like that? Thank you very, very much, Dr. Nanake Abasi-Ofiong. I mean, there are events you attend and you can never leave the same way you did. And this is one of those events. Please, can we celebrate and appreciate again? The Dean, School of Applied Sciences, the head of department, Chemical Sciences, and all our lecturers, very esteemed students. It's been a very rewarding Friday already, and we just had an insightful exposition from Lauchi, Professor Nanake Abasi-Ofiong. Please, can we celebrate Lauchi? And I've seen another very wonderful compare, my boss, my leader, and inspiration, the now Assistant Secretary of ASUP, formerly the PR of ASUP, Mr. Lauchi Utrefon. So we regard your esteemed presence. We are learning from you. We are just doing what you've been teaching us. Thank you. So maybe at the end of it, I'll come for networking for you to give me my scores. Let's clap for him one more time. Thank you. So, Dr. Nanake Abasi has made a very strong case that the student is the middleman of sustainable development. He also said that students are the midway of development. Students are the foundations of transformation. And he posited that students should be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. He showed us a student impact model, which he re-emphasized what Dr. Rachel had done earlier, and he took us through some case studies, very impactful case studies, and we are very proud to identify with the only African currently. If you are a scientist and you are a publisher and you will know, a researcher, you will know what he said when he told us that he's the only African, and we saw there currently the only African serving as the editor in the Nature Journal. Please, can we celebrate that? Is a very high impact factor journal. So my networking even starts. My own started yesterday. After now, I'll do a lot of networkings and before we end this meeting. So we said, when you are solving problems, you tailor it to specific needs. And he ended by even showing us the various sources of support he has received over the years. And I loved when he said, think global and act local. And he challenged us by saying we should make attempt. Just like when you see the question in your exam or you are given 7 questions, and we will not tell you answer, we will tell you attempt 5 questions out of 7. Have you been saying something like that? So don't be afraid to attempt anything. And then he said, persevere. If a man who has received so much support, who has traveled to China, to Japan, to so many places, can stand here to tell us that he also receives rejection mails. Who am I not to receive rejection mail and wake up the next morning and try again? Can we celebrate that? So, thank you. And finally, which will lead us to our next action. He said, collaborate and seek partnerships. No man is an island. And safe to say, one of the pitfalls of Akwa Ibom people, we seek to walk alone. We like walking in isolation. If you travel to Lagos, I am told that that hotel that is called a co-hotel is a combination of 3 names, 3 people who have instituted their legal agreement. And that's why till tomorrow that hotel will grow. And then you see other Western professors lifting other people because they've gone close to them. When you see them bowing, when you see them prostrating, people are lifting people. But here, we are quick, we are fine, we are okay walking alone in isolation. What you know, you want to know alone. When you fly, you want to fly. That's why from Akwa Ibom, from the south, we seem not to travel very far. So the opportunity is here, the orientation is changing, the platform is changing, they have opened their umbrella, you can go in and they will carry you. So are we ready today? All right, so the next thing, students, turn to a fellow student and say, it's time to review your status, your email address, your Facebook. No more it's. So something is going to change today. When you go on your Facebook, it's no more going to be, it's Rosipanki. Thank you. So we are going to rise from here for a moment of refreshment and networking for all participants. And when we return, we'll just do a feedback session and we'll do a closing remarks and we'll call this event, we'll wrap up this event for what we've done since yesterday and today. Please can we rise and give ourselves a big round of applause just to stretch ourselves more. The DJ, get ready to give us some music. It's time for networking. I'd like to thank the Dean, School of Applied Sciences, sir. You've been here since yesterday. The HOD, Chemical Sciences, the lecturers, head of unit, Biochemistry, head of unit, Chemistry, other lecturers who have come. Thank you very much. All right, so as we take our refreshment, it's time to network. Meet people, students. No, we are not going, no. It's time for refreshment. Wong diata, Wong diata, Wong diata. So go ahead, meet people, move to your HOD, move to your lecturer, move to the resource persons, network, get their phone numbers. Cameraman, are you snapping the networking session? Move to Dr. Rachel, to Dr. Nanake, Dr. Kwawo, begin to network, get their phone numbers, get their emails, get their addresses, their LinkedIns, and then network. DJ, please can you give us some music interlude? Please don't go. When we come back, we'll wrap up. Thank you and God bless. DJ music. Thank you. Mr. Bosi, thank you very much. Mrs. ID, thank you. Miss Esther, thank you. Confidence, thank you. We are grateful. Thank you very much. A big shout out to all our sponsors, Beyond Benign, Akwa Ibom State Government on the Arise agenda, Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, Chemical Society of Nigeria, American Society, ACS, Black Izare, University of Uyo, and the International Energy Center for Sustainability. Okay. Students, please, from the gallery in the hall, kindly go close and pick your food as well. That's the instruction. Please kindly go close and pick your food so you can refresh yourself and come back. Just maintain order, please. Thank you. DJ. Please, there is just a little change. Students, just be seated where you are. Your foods will be brought to you. There's a slight change. Students, just sit where you are. Your foods will be brought to you. Just a slight adjustment. Sit majestically. Sit green. Maintain a green sitting, and your food will be brought to you. Adopt a green sitting, and your food will be brought to you. Thank you. Green sitting, green smiling, green networking, everything green. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. big chemistry today to higher levels. I'd like to welcome you back from that brief moment of refreshing and then networking. If you have met a new friend or you have met a new network, can I see your hand waving? You have collected someone's contact that will be of benefit, that can take you to the next level. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. I'd like to recognize the Dean, School of Applied Sciences. I'd like to recognize the head of Department, Chemical Sciences, the head of Unit, Biochemistry, our resource persons, distinguished students. It's been amazing. Their presence in this event underscores the weight and the importance of what we are doing here. Thank you, sir, very much for being here till this moment. And then I saw Mrs. I.U. Edem. I've seen Dr. I think she has stepped out, but when I see her again, I will, I think Dr. Robson or Bobson, I'll get the name correctly. Huh? Huh? Dr. Bobson. Mommy, I celebrate you. Can we clap for her? Thank you. She's been here patiently. Thank you. So we move straight to the next session, feedback from the selection committee for students' competition, recognition of all the students, competitors, and to coordinate this segment is no other person than Mrs. Idawesi Sunday. Please, can we appreciate her as she comes? Thank you.
Thank you, our moderator. You have done perfectly well. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to give feedback from the selection committee and recognition of student competitors. On behalf of the selection committee, I am happy to provide feedback on student competitions. A quick one, student, appreciate yourself. Whether you have submitted entry or not, this is the first of its kind and wonderful initiative from the Student Sustainability Accelerator of the SURGE team. As part of the Green Chemistry and Sustainability Workshop, the GCC Network, in collaboration with the Department of Chemical Sciences, launched the Green Chemistry and Sustainability Innovation Competition to encourage students to innovate locally relevant, and environmentally sustainable solutions with practical impact. The competition formed part of the Polytechnic broader commitment to promoting green chemistry, sustainability, innovation, and student leadership. The competition was opened on May 15, 2026 to students from the Department of Chemical Sciences, Science, Laboratory Technology, and Environment and Management Sciences. Applicants were required to register for the workshop purpose project aligned with the Green Chemistry Principles and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Registered on the Green Chemistry Teaching and Learning Community, GCTLC platform, and complete at least 2 approved sustainability and green chemistry courses before submission. Slowly, the selection committee received a number of submissions and carefully reviewed each application based on eligibility, completion of requirements, innovation, sustainability, relevance, and potential impact. As this is the first edition of the competition, the community observed various challenges during the application process. Some students found it difficult to complete the required online courses within the stipulated time frame. Others experience challenges navigating the registration platforms, obtaining certificate, thinking through suitable projects, or submitting entries before the deadline. In some instances, students demonstrated excellent ideas but did not satisfy all the eligibility requirements for consideration. These experiences are not unusual and should not discourage anyone. Indeed, one of the objectives of this competition was to expose students to the realities of competitive opportunities. Many national and international scholarships, fellowships, grants, internships, innovation challenges, and professional development programs have similar requirement and application procedures. Learning how to navigate these processes is an important skill that will benefit students throughout their academic and professional career. Beyond the completion of sustainability courses and eligibility requirements, the competition also challenged students to think critically about environmental and societal challenges and to propose innovative, locally relevant, grounded in principles of green chemistry and sustainability. This objective generated several promising project ideas and demonstrated that our students possess the creativity, talent, and potential required to become future sustainability innovators and problem solvers. Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic student, how do you feel now as an new innovators of our school? How do you feel, please? As a team, we are proud of you. And I'm sure the HOD, the Dean, the Rector is also proud of you. Congratulations. Following a rigorous review process, the selection committee identified outstanding projects for recognition. It is important to note that these projects are currently at the proposal stage. The awards being presented today are intended to encourage the student innovators, strengthen the development of our ideas, and provide them with access to mentorship, guidance, visibility, and technical support through the GCC network and the Student Sustainability Accelerator of SEARCH. In a few moments, the selected students will each be given an opportunity to make a brief 3-minute presentation of their proposed project. This will allow the audience to appreciate the quality of ideas emerging from our students and further promote the culture of innovation, sustainability, and solution-driven thinking within the Polytechnic community. The student is pleased that this committee is pleased that the students showed interest, demonstrated creativity, and were willing to step outside their comfort zones to participate. Every applicant deserves recognition for taking the first step. There will be more opportunities ahead, and we encourage our students to continue learning, complete the available sustainability courses, build their skills, and remain actively engaged. Today, while a number of outstanding entries have been selected for special recognition, we wish to emphasize that every student who participated is a winner. By choosing to learn, innovate, and engage with sustainability, you have already taken an important step towards becoming future leaders and change makers. On behalf of the selection committee, we congratulate all the participants and we wish the selected student innovators every success as they continue to refine, develop their ideas. Congratulations, our students. Thank you, our Rachel, thank you. Our HOD, thank you, our dean. Thank you all for making this a wonderful. What do I have to say again? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sidon Sunday. Please can we appreciate our Beta more for that very beautiful presentation, and I admire our very sonorous voice. Thank you so much. Moving further, the Dean and our lecturers, permit me to respectfully, just as she said, that every applicant deserves recognition for taking those first steps. And if you encountered any difficulties, that is not unusual at all. In our words, you keep trying again, take those courses, be engaged, and then one day we could also be sitting, learning from you, hearing from you, flying all over the world. At this time, we would like to have Dr. Rachel Ekong back on stage as she gives the announcement. She will announce the winners of the student competition, and then the students have 4 to 5 minutes each for their pitch sessions. Please can we clap for Dr. Rachel as she comes while she's trying to get things. She's on her way coming. Appreciate her, please. Appreciate her, appreciate her. Dr. Rachel, how many students have gotten your number today? How many of them have received your email address or your social media contact? Social media, how many of them so far?
I've told them that my name is Rachel Ekong on all the social media platforms. You will not see me as. I think that was one of the routes. That was the first time Mr. Kwawe reached out to me. It was because my name is Rachel Ekong anyway. Because I can remember when, what was that? Green Chemistry Summer School in Italy, when they awarded us scholarship, he reached out to me directly. I was like, who is this person? And he's also bearing his name on social media. So that was how we were able to connect. And we were also able to connect with other Nigerians that got that award. So bear your name. Okay. I'm going to call, just like I'm still standing on the existing protocol, just like what we had initially, all the contestants, all the applicants, or they are all winners. But we have 2 students here. So I'm going to call them. I think their slides are ready. So I'm going to call the first person in no particular order. It's as if we score more than the next person. So I'm going to call a woman first. Veronica, female first. Yeah. Please, Veronica, Sunday Veronica Peter, can you just come up here? Just like what I said before, when I was taking you, I said we don't expect it to, as in we don't expect a perfect presentation, in as much as communication skill is very, very important. So this is also a way for you to communicate to us. You gave us something, and for you to be selected, that means it was nice, but now the ball is in your court to communicate it clearly. 5 minutes, we are done. Your time starts. Please, a slide.
Good afternoon, the Dean School of Applied Sciences, the HOD, the head of units, both biochemistry and chemistry, our guests present, our lecturers present, my fellow students, all protocols duly observed. I am Sunday Veronica Peter, here to present a project proposal. But first, I would like to say something outside what I'm having here. As we all know that environmental pollution is one of the challenges we tend to face in this part of the world and globally due to improper disposal of waste. And the majority of this waste contains paper, which contains paper because of its excessive use in educational institutions, offices, and other commercial establishments. For example, in Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, it is recorded that the amount of waste paper produced is estimated to be 1.5 to 6 tons of paper daily. That includes papers gathered from offices, the shopping mall where we have our printing presses, and classrooms. That will now take us to the topic or the title of my proposal, which is the conversion of waste paper into biodegradable egg trays. Unfortunately, paper waste are usually disposed improperly, and this leads to environmental degradation. It also leads to landfill, methane emission from landfills here, blockage of drainage systems, and also wastage of potentially useful resources which can be used to make egg trays and other eco-friendly products, which we are going to talk about today, egg tray. This proposal seeks to explore the conversion of waste paper into value-added products as a sustainable strategy for environmental conservation, product recovery and reuse, job creations through recycling of waste paper, that is to say, in accordance to green and sustainable environment. Problem statement. Several challenges necessitate the implementation of this project. And one of these challenges I looked at that made me come up with this was the increasing accumulation of waste paper in this institution. Open burning of paper waste leading to air pollution, landfill overcrowding and environmental degradation, greenhouse emission, underutilization of recycled materials. What do I tend to achieve? That leads us to my objective. The specific objective of this proposal is to reduce environmental pollution caused by indiscriminate disposal of waste, to establish an efficient waste paper collection and recycling system, to produce high-quality biodegradable egg trays from recycled paper pulp, to promote circular economic practices through resource recovery and reuse, to support local poultry farmers with affordable packaging solutions. Just like our mentor said, you should think globally but act locally. Our aim here is to produce something that can be of use to the local farmers, something that is affordable yet durable and also environmentally friendly. Methodology. As we know, in general, is not assumption. We don't assume. There have to be methods on how these things are produced, and that takes up methodology number one, which has to do with the collection, sorting, and shredding. First, we'll work on the waste paper that around the institutions, sort it by removing all plastics, adhesive, and things that can contain, or those things that are not waste paper that we need to recycle. Another one we have to do is shredding. This has to do with cutting of papers into smaller or tiny particles. Then water will be added to it, and it will be mechanically grinded in order to have a slurry homogeneous. When we have that slurry homogeneous, in this particular aspect we call it pulp, paper pulp. You soak, I've mentioned that one, soaking and pulping, which has to do with you soaking. See, just like I said before, our aim is to produce something that is yet durable. As we know, paper can melt anything. Our plan is to produce something affordable yet durable that has strength and can take farmers and even retailers for a longer time. In that case, after pulping, we'll have some additives which are also environmentally friendly. First, we have cassava starch, which is gotten from plants. And also citric acid is also gotten from plants. We add a little bit of bee wax to strengthen the material and also make it water resistant, thereby enhancing its durability. Another thing is molding. After preparing the pulp, we will transfer it into the molding machine for it to set and also to bring out the standard tray configuration. And after that, we go into pressing or drying. Like we said, we do not want to contaminate it with any other thing. We want it to be environmentally friendly. So at this point, we will opt for solar drying system. That is drying the egg tray from sunlight. Then the last has to do with quality check and packaging. We cannot just produce something and will not test it. So we have to test it for strength, weight consistency, shock absorbance, moisture content, and durability. And once the aim of this particular proposal is made, we will now set it aside for packaging and distribution to poultry farms, egg distributors, agricultural cooperatives, retail outlets. What should we expect? Expected benefit. Our sole aim is to work on reducing environmental pollution. That is, reduces paper waste and environmental pollution. I've mentioned that. Promotes recycling and circular economy practices. Just like one of our mentors said, when you are working on something, it should be something that has economic value. We are not just picking the papers for picking sake, but we are trying to generate money from it. This is also a very good opportunity for students who are, some of us are self-sponsored. So if we can establish this in this institution, we will be able to provide students with another means of income that will help them also in their academic pursuits. We have economic value that has to do with creating waste to wealth and entrepreneurship opportunities. I've explained that point when I was talking about promotes recycling and circular economy practices. Provides affordable biodegradable egg packaging. If you look at the plastic packaging, the egg tray, you will notice that it can retain moisture, and that can make our eggs to spoil quickly. On that note, our intention is to provide a paper egg tray that can absorb the moisture content of, like if you pour water, or maybe water mistakenly splashes on it, it should be able to breathe and then absorb the water, thereby making your product durable. Social and institutional help. That is, creates employment and student entrepreneurship opportunities. I've explained that this project is going to help students in order to be able to generate income for themselves, to help them for their academic pursuit. We have promotes green chemistry and sustainable awareness. This particular project aligns with the 12 principles of the green chemistry, which has to do with the prevention of waste, energy efficiency, design for degradation, pollution prevention, resource conservation, less hazardous, safer chemicals and products, safer solvents and reaction conditions, maximize atom economy, minimize potential for accidents, use catalysts, avoid chemical derivatives. In conclusion, this project is not just for show off. It is a means of encouraging students in their entrepreneurship skills. It's also a way of helping our environments to be clean and safer. It also contributes to climate action in the sense that it reduces the emission produced from waste disposal. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a nice one. You see why I said that students should be given opportunity. Now look at that kind of innovation. Normally, when I saw this slide last night, when I saw those documents, when the documents were sent to me, I was like, wow. This is one of the reasons why we say we should give students opportunity to think. Firstly, I want to comment on your slides. They are lovely. At least you showed us the egg you saw, eh? Not just the tray, you showed us the egg. So that was a lovely slide. So quickly, because I don't want to talk much on that. I think the first person did that. So we need to take the next person because we're already short of time. So I'm going to call the second person. Just like I said initially, in no particular order. It's not as if she got more than the first person, no. At the same time, I want to correct one of the statements she made. I think when she was talking about her conclusion, I heard her say that it's not a show off. No, it is. You have to have pride in what you have done. Yes, it's your own. You understand? It's yours. You are the one that got the idea. You understand? You got the idea and you want something for it. So it's yours. You take the glory. You understand? So if nobody clap for you, clap for yourself. That's how it works. Okay, now we are going to call the next person. Mr. Clement, sorry, it's now time for the guy. Please clap for him. Five minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The dean, the HOD, the members of the management, the lecturers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely appreciate your presence today, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here to present my proposal today. My name is Joshua Clement Odo, a 22 student of Department of Chemical Sciences, Chemistry option, Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic. Today, I'm here to present on my proposal titled Bioethanol Recovery from Cassava Wastewater. Introduction. Ethanol, molecular formula of C2H5OH, is widely used as solvent, solvicant, industrial materials, and biofuel components. Nigeria is in the world widely used cassava producer with output in excessive 60 million metric tons per year. We go to the problems. Here we have the environmental. Cassava effluent pollutes wastewater, like our land we used, the wastewater, the water we used, like the cassava pollutes our environment. So in this topic, we see how we can use the cassava water to produce bioethanol that we used, instead of using the analytical ethanol that we normally buy in high prices. The economic part, the analytical grade and industrial ethanol available in Nigeria is expensive. That's why we go on using cassava to produce ethanol, so that we can cut off the price of analytical grade ethanol. For the gap, no established local process converts cassava wastewater into high purity laboratory grade ethanol. In this part, for now we say why ethanol? Ethanol is green solvent. As we all know that when we use ethanol, we use to drink, it comes into our body, but in analytical ethanol, you cannot take it because it's an analytical process. So we produce the one we can consume, human-friendly, and the rest. We talk of the ethanol, and it's a renewable biofuel. And also ethanol as clean consumption fuel. Most times, when we lack fuels in our cars, we use ethanol. to use as fuel. It can rise because of the molecular formula there. We used ethanol as a biodegradable ethanol as versatile chemical. We go to the M. The aim there is to develop the efficient and cost-effective and environmentally sustainable method for producing high-purity bioethanol from cassava wastewater with properties comparable to analytical grade. If I said before, like I said before rather, analytical grade is costly and we cannot take it. So the main purpose of this proposal is to produce ethanol that we can consume and drink and cannot harmful to our body, likewise the analytical grades, which is not good to our skin. We go to the objectives of the proposal. Characterize the wastewater from cassava. 2. Compare acid hydrolysis and catalytic processes for sugar reducing. We go to optimize fermentation. We go to purify ethanol and distillation and redistillation or dehydration. We go to the innovation. We talk of the upgrade ethanol to analytical grade. Like what we do now is to upgrade this ethanol that we are using, we drink, to analytical grade. We check the price tag and check our level we can use in our society. Local source, okay, the third, methodology. We talk of sample collection. Most when we go to our cassava mills, we know that water is waste and it contaminates our society, causing environmental pollution. So we get the water effluent, the cassava effluent rather, in the cassava mill in different parts of Ikorekmene, and we bring it to the lab. That's the second one, which is the characterization. Before analyzing this, you have to do characterization, such as the total dissolved solid, pH, total suspended solid conductivity, chemical oxygen demand, starch, and etc. We talk of hydrolysis. Hydrolysis in this both is both the acidic and the enzymatic hydrolysis. Now, in the acidic hydrolysis, we talk of how to reduce starch to glucose. So we go to the last one, fermentation. This and yeast we add to the effluent that will keep and preserve and change this to give us our ethanol. In some days and this period, we used the yeast in a specific temperature, like the 28 to 35 degree, pH of 4.0 to 6.0, and fermentation durable. Now, in these points, I will say that the pH there is constant so that it will not harm the yeast. So that's why they give a specific pH and a temperature. So for purification analysis, we talk of distillation, fractional distillation. As a chemist, I must say that in every analysis that you do, when you talk of production, you are passing through steam or fractional distillation, you have to include heating. Now, heating in a sense that you are going to change from the starch breakdown to ethanol and the rest. So we talk of expected income. Now, the ethanol we will obtain is going to be about 4 to 10% because of the time of fermentation, and the purity will be 95% based on how you distilled your ethanol. We talk of the molecular strength is based on the dehydration. Dehydration simply means the removal of water. By removing water from what you have produced, you have to introduce what we call calcium chloride. Calcium chloride serves as a degradation agent that reduced or removed water from a product. So, okay. Now, I will say that in this green chemistry alignment, it was specifically aligned to atom economic, safe solvent, renewable livestock, and design degradation. This is the place I collected, so that we can check if we can proceed with the proposal of ALSO. In conclusion, cassava wastewater is valuable renewable resources. The transformation of cassava wastewater into the useful laboratory chemicals promotes GC principle, which is the green chemistry principle, resources efficiency, and advance the curriculum economy. It also highlights the potential of sustainability innovation to reduce deficiency on commercial source laboratory reagent. Please, on this note, please, I have to say this because in conclusion, when you are producing ethanol, it's some are harmful to humans. So this one you are producing, it's friendly because in analytical grades, you can't touch it, you can't misuse it, or you can't abuse it, rather, because in using the cassava effluent to produce ethanol, you can touch it, feel it, you drink it, because it's bioethanol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clement. From what I saw here, it's as if it's a project that is already running. So that means Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic has already taken, as in they're already doing green chemistry. So that was a nice one. Yeah, that was a nice one. At least we have learned something. And also the economic value of it, because we that work with solvents, we spend a lot. So for us to have solvent that we can produce on our own and it's greener, just like what he said, despite the fact that we drink ethanol, kai, yeah, that's the name. Despite the fact that we drink, but the one we use in the lab, the analytical grade, you dare not try that. At the same time, it's quite expensive, understand? So if you are doing a project that is not funded, you know what it means for you to buy a bottle of analytical grade of ethanol. Then you now buy up to like 10 bottles, 20 bottles. So it's actually an innovative idea for us to use what we have to produce ethanol. And good enough, if it's something, if at the end of your project, because from what I understand here, all the presentation here are actually proposal, is what you are proposing. So by the end of your project, if you can do something that can help, that means you have ended up solving one problem for us in this side of the world. So it's a good one. Okay, at this point, I'm going to, there are the two winners already, just like we stated initially. So now that we have had them present to us, we are going to give them their awards. So for us to do that section, firstly, I'm going to call the Dean to come up because it's going to be a wonderful section now. So we have our Dean. The Dean is the person that is going to present the award to the first person. Okay, so we have, okay. So we are going to have the Dean. Please, sir.
We respectfully invite the Dean.
I don't know, welcome, but somehow, I love my gender so much. So I don't know. Veronica, please come. Then we are going to have the program coordinator also on the stage. So our Dean is going to present the award to Veronica. Thereafter, there are going to be some group photograph with the Dean, with your program coordinator. We'll still have our HOD join this particular section. Then, I don't know where Dr. Nanake have gone to. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the honor. I'm really privileged to be with you today. And for what I have seen, truly speaking, let me give kudos to the head of department and the organizer of the green chemistry. And let me just say this before I proceed to honor my baby girl. If you notice the population of this is not the entire population of the, at least the SLT comprising of the physics, biochemistry, microbiology, environmental biology entirely, not even the applied sciences. I expected to see so many students present in this place. But even with that, you can count the number of boys. I'm so disappointed. All through are girls. I don't know what is happening with the boys. If you go down, you see them plaiting their hairs, wearing earrings and moving around like people that do not have direction. This is a clear example. This is a clear example. I thank God that a man presented too. When are you people going to stand up? They were saying that you are the head, but somehow we are turning to be the leg, not even the neck. This is something that we are crying every day. So first to say this, on Saturday I was here. I saw what happened there at that lawn. So many students, like there was aerobic. And after the aerobic, I had to walk to my office. The entire place was smelling Indian hemp. All boys. When I walked down, about 2 of them that knew me dropped down. And about 1 probably didn't know me. When I said, why are you sitting down here to be smoking this thing? The boy turned at me and said that I should move out from my frustration. That I am frustrated. Globally, boys, you are number 1 in the prison. Globally, you are 1 shot down by the side of the road. Good number of percentage of boys now are in the bush, stopping the kidnapping, banditry, and all that. Putting all these girls with no husbands, because all of you are people's husband, this girl's husband. When will you change? Thank God the few that are here embracing this. You can see by yourself. I want to really appreciate the boy that presented. Thank you so very much. If not because of you, all of you would be nothing. I am addressing only the men, because these girls are really, really trying. They are really, really trying. Get to the class. They are the only people attending. You will not see anybody. Anyone that care to come, you see him with one scattered hair and earring. Walked out after almost the class is closing. At the end of the day, give yourself how many years. That's why you are increasing the number of Allah. Because at the time that you become so frustrated, at your age of 50, 60, you now start going to church and become a pastor. With your frustration, it pains me so much. Because you people are not presenting, you are not representing boyshood. You are not. Talk to your boys. Talk to them. You're supposed to lead. Having said that, I want to really appreciate this girl. You can hear her presentation. Are you not encouraged? Can you do like her? You can even do more than by sitting down. Thank you so very much.
Here comes the moment, here comes the hour.
Jesus Christ. Have you seen that? You can hear this. For the good work and for the steadfastness, for the dedication,
the HOD cannot
and for
sit,
the
he has to
time
rise.
that people thought you are wasting. It is today that you have seen this little reward of token of 100,000 naira.
A very
Thank
historic
you.
moment.
It is a money well earned.
Very
God bless
historic
you.
moment.
I hereby presenting this as a token of good work and dedication to you.
She will never forget this moment.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Thank you. It's yours. You can go with it.
Wait, Veronica, let me just ask you a question. When you signed up for this, were you expecting something like this?
No.
Do you know it will come? Was it posted that there will be an award like this? Thing like that. Please, can we appreciate her? You just decided to give it a try. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, sir. Yes, you can go. Please, sir. Can go, but I will still. Okay, for now. Okay, the HOD can remain. Dean, I'll call you to come back. Okay, so you just step down first, then I'll call you to come back. Dr. Nanake, just wait for us first.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's on I need to call my HOD to come back properly. So HOD, please step down. So I'm going to take the second person, and that is, thank God, the dean have said a lot, so I don't have much to say again concerning the guys. You understand? When I see them in my inbox, they will not ask you, introduce us to a grant or what. They'll be asking you anything for the boys. I said, anything for the girls now. It's not only the boys. Because I don't know how the narrative has changed suddenly. Honestly, the narrative, just like what the dean have said, you get to the class, girls. Anyway, it's my gender, and I'm priding in it because very soon we'll take the lead. So the only guy that is here, the only guy that, thank God, I really love this inclusion, Abi. Yeah, inclusion, a boy and a girl. So the guy will now come. So I now call on Mr. Clement Joshua to come to the stage. Then I now invite our HOD that is here present because he is the one that will present the awards
Stand
to
up.
the second winner.
Stand up for the champion, stand up. Are you overwhelmed? You're not smiling. Can you smile? Lauchi, Professor Nanake Offion, please join us. Dr. Bobson. Dr. Bobson, please come. The Dean, respectfully, sir, please. Since this has to do with the boy, so we have to give him full support.
Thank you for sparing us your time. Boys and men that are here today, you learn from what has happened. Because of both presentation that we have observed, as the head of department, Chemical Sciences, we have taken a decision. all presentation on the forthcoming seminars and projects must be on PowerPoint. Having said that, from what we have learned, networking is essential. Joshua Clement Udo, the green chemistry world found you worthy in your research work. And we are looking forward to seeing you do more. I hereby present this check to you on behalf of this great association. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He probably came here with 50 naira in his pocket and is going back with 100,000 naira.
Yes. Thank you. That was a good one. Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm so excited. Gender, male and female, we got them all. So that's beautiful. Clement, are you happy? Sure you are. You ought to be.
He's short of words.
So at this point, I'm saying thank you so much thank you so much, my dean. Thank you, my HOD, for staying with us till this time. We are so grateful. Thank you so much. Please, you can now sit.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, at this point, program coordinator, okay, you say something. Let me just, I've done my job. I'm happy I was home because this is home. So I'm happy I came home. I've done my job at this point. Mrs. Mayor, thank you so much. Dr. Nanake, thank you. Akwawa, thank you. Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, thank you. It was nice coming home. At this point, I take a bow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Lauchi, Professor Rachel Ekong. Please, can we give her a big, big, big applause? The Dean, we have come almost full circle, but before then, just 1 minute of this. Quickly, let me invite Mr. Ebong Akanimo. This seems to be your... Okay. Mr. Ebong Akanimo, come very quickly. Miss Blessing Simon, come very quickly on the stage here. 1 minute. Can we clap for both of them? While I put on notice Mrs. May and Raphael to be on standby, and Mr. Kemini Obosi, both of them, please take the microphone very quickly. Both of you. Okay? So, as part of what we have learned and what we'll keep learning, introduce yourself in the third person.
Okay. My name is Ebong.
Listen. Introduce yourself in the third person. Your time starts ticking now. It's part of learning. Can we clap for him? Okay, give it to Miss Blessing. Introduce yourself in the third person.
I am Simon Blessing Simon.
Okay.
From the Department of Chemical.
Thank you. Introduce yourself in the third person. Underline the word, the third person. It's a global phenomenon. Dr. Kwawama, am I correct? Mm-hmm.
I am Simon.
Thank you. Who knows the correct answer? Come. 1 minute. Come. This is my namesake, Ebong Akanimo. I just met him, part of networking. Just stand there, introduce yourself in the third person.
Okay, introducing myself as the third person is that I am going to be the number 3 person to collect the award.
Bye-bye, thank you. See how she just came now. We want to collect 100,000. Okay. Now, when they say introduce yourself in the third person, for instance, this is Ebong Akanimo. So you are not going to say, I am Ebong Akanimo. Whatever is your profile, you start by saying, Ebong Akanimo is a student, is this, a researcher, a life coach, and this, and he is this. He studies this. He's a student here, and all of that. Can you clap for both of them? So have you learned something new? Beautiful. And you are going to go through all of this all through your career interviews. You can ask them how to introduce yourself in the third person. Can we clap for them? That was just a little teaser. On that note, let me invite our proud coordinator, Mrs. Mayene Raphael, to please come. And Mr. Obosi, I saw your name here also. So come and back her up. Thank you very much. Can we clap for her?
Thank you, my amiable MC. You did justice from yesterday. Thank you very much. The Dean, School of Applied Sciences, my wonderful HOD, and Dr. Enobong, I'm grateful you're here. Standing on the already established protocol, distinguished guests, resource persons, members of management staff, students, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the student focus session and the workshop. It is both an honor and a privilege to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the coordinating team. Over the past 35 hours, we have collectively embarked on an inspiring journey of learning, reflection, innovation, and collaboration. We have explored how chemistry can be used to understand the world around us and also to create solutions that contribute to a safer, healthier, and more sustainable future. Today's program has been particularly special because it placed students at the center of the sustainability conversation. Through the launch of the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub, mentorship sessions, presentations, and interactive discussions, students have been challenged to think beyond the classroom and begin to see themselves as leaders, innovators, and change makers capable of making meaningful contribution to society. On behalf of the team, I sincerely express a profound gratitude to the management of the Polytechnic, led by our acting rector, Dr. Akanimo Ijona, for providing an enabling environment and for supporting initiatives that promote innovation, sustainability, and student development. We are equally grateful to the School of Applied Sciences and the Department of Chemical Sciences for organizing this impactful program. Our sincere appreciation also goes to Beyond Benai, our local and international partners, resource persons, mentors, facilitators, judges, and invited guests who generously shared their time, knowledge, experiences, and expertise with us. To all staff members, members of the organizing team, volunteers, and participants whose efforts contributed to the success of this workshop, we say a very big thank you. We also congratulate all students who participated in the student competition and those who have taken the bold step to enroll in green chemistry and sustainability training opportunities. Your willingness to learn and grow is a testament to the bright future that lies ahead. The launch of the Student Sustainability Accelerator Hub is not the end of a program, but the beginning of a movement. The responsibility now rests on you to translate the knowledge gained into action, to continue learning, to support one another, and to develop innovative solutions that will positively impact our campus, our community, and the world at large. As we depart today, let us carry forward the spirit of sustainability, innovation, leadership, and service that has characterized this workshop. Thank you for your participation and your commitment to building a greener and more sustainable future. We wish everyone a safe journey home and look forward to seeing you at future GCCE and SSA activities. Thank you, and God bless Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic.
Please, can we clap until they return to their seats? Thank you very much. Our amiable dean, our HOD, heads of unit, students, there's one person, I'm sure you've kept hearing his name, but he's one of the unsung heroes of this workshop from the conception to what we have today. He's been the engine at the background. I just want us to celebrate Dr. Akwao Iyanwudo. Please, let's celebrate him. And our technical team, the internet, that I like to thank Mr. Idonsi George. Mr. Idonsi George, thank you very much. Let's appreciate it. And on the camera, the media team of the school, we appreciate Mr. Edidion Williams, our staff at the kitchen, the librarian staff, all of you, and the students who have found time to be here, our registrars. Thank you very much. I may not know your names, but thank you. We appreciate you. Everyone who has played one role or the other to make this event a success. God bless you. And we wish you journey mercies back to your various destinations. Wishing you a very superb, and rewarding weekend. At this point, permit me to respectfully invite the head of unit biochemistry, Dr. Enoy Sudor, to please take the closing prayers. Please, can we clap for her?
Please, may we be upstanding. To God be the glory, great things He has done. So loved He the world that He gave us His Son, who yielded His life and atonement for sin, and opened the life gate that all may go in. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the earth hear His voice. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give Him the glory, great things He has done. And so, Heavenly Father, we thank You for the success of this green
Chemistry Sustainability Conference. We thank you for the organizers. We thank you for the participants. We thank you for every knowledge we have acquired. And we ask, dear Lord, as we are going to go, help us to put this knowledge into practice. And as we go, grant us journey mercies, for in Jesus' name we pray.